Bollocksed up on the technicalities. Donald Trump's going to win. She knows it, and her campaign knows it, and they should address it.
Well, and we'll see when they do so. For all of the time Kamala Harris spent on the campaign trail talking about Donald Trump's unwillingness to accept the results of the 2020 election, we'll see how she accepts the results of this 2024 election. For all of the conversation, Rick, that has been had, first with Joe Biden, then with Kamala Harris, about what they described as Donald Trump posing a threat to democracy, as being unfit to serve, someone who wouldn't abide by the Constitution. The American electorate, everything is showing us, has still chosen him. He will perhaps not just win the Electoral College, but the popular vote as well. What does this teach us about where America is right now?
Yeah, look, I think that they're not buying that, characterization of Donald Trump. I think you have to rely on the institutions that we have that make our democracy strong, and know that even under threat they'll stand. And look, I mean, I think we have to wait and see how Donald Trump approaches the presidency, and you can sort of trust but verify in this case. We don't know what his approach is going to be to the rule of law and these kinds of things, because we've seen all sides of him, right? And so given time, we'll learn more as we go along. But I think that when you look at the results of this election, you look at the widespread support that he got that is beyond what he got in 2020. The Ohio River Valley has now become a bastion of Trump support. Southern Florida, Dade County, a county that went with Joe Biden in 2020, overwhelmingly for Donald Trump this cycle. I mean, everywhere you look, there's improvement by the Trump coalition in adding votes to his tally, and as you described, to the point where he's actually overcome a Democratic dominance in modern presidential campaigns of the popular vote to looking like he's going to wind up winning the popular vote too. So it's something we have to deal with, and I think we have to step off from this point on and realize that if you believe that you've been promoting the peaceful transition of power, it has to come with the package that we've got on the election night tonight, and that's Donald Trump.
I'd love your thoughts on this, Jeannie, as the nation puts 2020 behind it. January 6th, stop the steal. Does the Democratic Party need to move on and signal that to voters?
I think they absolutely do. I don't think we could ever forget what happened on January 6th. It's critically important that we think about ourselves as one people and what has happened. So I don't mean we should move on from it in that way. But I do think that the Democratic Party is going to have to try to figure out how it goes and appeals to coalitions that it has long served, that seem to be, it's still got a robust following, but that seem to have been looking for something else. And I think, as we look at the numbers, the number of people who say that the United States is moving in the wrong direction, the number of people dissatisfied with the direction of the country, that is problematic. And so I think we all have to consider that. And I do think that that was a hard sell on the democracy front from Biden and then Harris, primarily because the American people saw Donald Trump as president, and they knew he hadn't acted in a way that destroyed the country. And so they didn't seem to buy that argument. And so from that perspective, they do have to move on. But to Rick's point, we also have to make sure that Donald Trump, how he approaches the office and issues of law and order are critically important.
Well, and there is a reason that there are checks and balances in the U.S. government that goes across the different branches, one of which, of course, is the legislative branch. We do not know yet at this hour who will win the House of Representatives. We do know, Jeannie, that Republicans will control the Senate. The question is going to be the majority. We know it will be at least 51 to 49. But in the blue wall states, one of which Pennsylvania has now been called for Donald Trump, in each of them, the Republican candidate is leading the Democrat right now. What difference would a 54 Republican majority Senate mean over a 51?
Every vote counts and every vote matters. So that would be very, very important. You know, traditionally, they do need to break that filibuster. And so you would need to get to 60. But the closer you are, if they can pull over some Democrats, it could help them do that. So, of course, for Republicans, that would be important. And, you know, we've been living the last few years with such a narrowly divided Senate in which one person like a Joe Manchin from West Virginia can make such a difference. So really, really important for the Republicans to try to get there. And obviously, Democrats would like to hold Casey where he is right now, but we're going to have to wait and see if that happens.
Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, having heard the victory speech from Donald Trump live here on Bloomberg, let's get a check on market reaction now as well. Having just heard from the former president, here's Bloomberg's Valerie Teitl. Valerie?
Good morning from London. As Trump was speaking, we had U.S. equity futures hit all-time highs. We are continuing to see a good outperformance when it comes to the Russell 2000 index. That's the index of small caps. It reached a near 5% level as Trump was speaking. And then flipping to FX, the Bloomberg Dollar Index is still trading very strong this morning. And if we take a look especially at tariff-exposed currencies, I'm thinking of the euro, of dollar MEX, of dollar CNH, the Chinese yuan. Those have all taken quite a beating so far in this session. Now, it was notable that in Trump's speech that we just heard, he did not express any language when it comes to tariffs. So we haven't seen necessarily these currencies weakening any further, but they are still at session lows. Back to you.
All right, Bloomberg's Valerie Teitl in London. Thank you so much. As we continue to view the reaction across the world, across the markets and the political sphere alike, we want to return now to Florida, where we just heard Donald Trump speaking from at his election night now morning headquarters in West Palm Beach. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is still there. Tyler, obviously there were a ton of supporters in that room, Donald Trump himself, members of his family, but also some other familiar faces. And I wonder how we should view the roles of some of those people that were there with him on that stage and what role they may take in a future second Trump administration.
Right, exactly, Kaylee. Bloomberg News reporting that there's already starting to be some jockeying in a potential Trump administration. We know that he spoke about this idea that Republicans have taken over the Senate. That is going to be critical not only to his agenda, but also for confirming cabinet members and critical personnel. There's over 3,000 open roles that he is going to have to fill in a new administration. We know that he called out Elon Musk, gave him a big thank you, not even 15 minutes into the speech, so very high up, thanking him for his support. Musk has pledged billions of dollars to help get former President Donald Trump elected, as well as other Republican allies. He's formally talked about this desire to help the government cut down on fiscal waste and spending. Whether or not that position would actually come to fruition, we haven't gotten concrete details on that yet. He also called out RFK and his health policies. Now, Howard Lutnick of the Trump transition team has said that RFK is not in the running for HHS secretary, but we'd have to see if he would come on maybe in some sort of advisory role. So we're looking at some of these key advisors, these key political backers, and how they might play a role in a future Trump administration.
Tyler, there's a lot of people behind you there still. I believe the candidate has left the building. You can correct me if I'm wrong. What are we doing at 3 o'clock in the morning? This party continues?
That is a good question. Actually, the media is going to have to get out of here soon. We're starting to see people flow out of West Palm Beach Convention Center, but the mood in here is still pretty elevated. You can probably hear the music is up pretty loudly. We're seeing Make America Great hats scattered all around as his supporters do start to celebrate and think about what is going to happen tomorrow as we get the certified results in and we look ahead to what a future Trump administration could look like.
Well, yeah, as we consider what that could look like, we know, Tyler, that ultimately the shape of policy could be defined just as much by Congress as the presidency. We had a leader in Congress, House Speaker Mike Johnson, up there on the stage with Donald Trump this evening, as well as Donald Trump talked about what he wants to do with the country in a second term. There is a reality check that we should keep in mind this evening.
Right, exactly. And Bloomberg News actually one of the first to report that House Speaker Mike Johnson was coming from Louisiana here to Palm Beach on this early expectation of optimism that Republicans were going to do well tonight. We've been talking all night. Joe and Kayla, you have been covering how critical these down ballot races are and this idea of whether or not we will get a divided government, because in any new administration, any legislation, any agenda does need Congress's buy-in. And I had mentioned former President Donald Trump's litany of tax cuts and incentives, particularly when it comes to the corporate tax rate and his pledges around that. When that new Congress is elected and in session back in January, we are gearing up for what is expected to be a potential tax fight as they overhaul the code. Former President Donald Trump has said that he wants to see his 2017 tax cuts extended, as well as other changes to the corporate tax rate and some personal tax incentives that we'll be paying close attention to.
All right, Tyler Kendall, thank you. In West Palm Beach, Florida, where we just heard from Donald Trump and saw many of his family and supporters up on the stage. We want to reassemble our political panel as we're just helping us to understand some of the things that have transpired over the course of this evening. We just got a congratulatory note from Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. This is something that we were talking about a bit earlier, the way that he would interpret this news and what it would mean for Ukraine's war effort with Russia. I will be honest, we've spoken with a number of officials from Ukraine, have been very careful, Poland as well, about what they said about Donald Trump, knowing that he may well win the presidency. Rick, what does it mean for the future of Ukraine in this effort?
Yeah, I don't think we know for sure. You know, sometimes Donald Trump's rhetoric doesn't match his actions. I remember many cases where members of the Senate would tell me, you know, don't listen to what he says, just watch what he does. And there is an inconsistency there. So I think it doesn't take much to realize that there's a majority in Congress that supports Ukraine. And he's going to have to pick his fights. I doubt if he'll want to fight them all. And I think this is one that he'll obviously put some effort into trying to find a peaceful solution to the conflict. If that's rebuked by either, you know, the Ukrainians or the Russians or both, then he's going to have to deal with the issues, you know, on supporting NATO and the European response to this. I think we've seen a buildup by the European NATO countries in support of Ukraine, with the expectation that something like this could happen, and they'd want to make sure NATO was fully funding Ukraine war effort before this election happened. So there's been some hedging, and I think we'll see what happens next.
Well, in the interest of hedging, I would just point out it isn't yet official.
You're
Donald
right.
Trump has not crossed the 270 threshold it takes to win the Electoral College. He is still at 267 electoral votes. Any remaining state on the board, if he wins it, he will get to the number required to win the presidency. So it does feel, Jeannie, like right now it is only a matter of time. As we consider that, though, to the point Rick was just making, watch what he does. There is a difference between trying to win a job and what you do once you're actually in it. How should we be considering that tonight for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, he made a lot of promises on the campaign trail. I was just listening to you talk about Ukraine. I mean, what did Donald Trump say? He said he would end that war on day one. And so we will have to watch and see what he has in store, because when he's been asked and pressed, even from friendly interviewers, he has said he couldn't reveal how he was going to do that because he didn't want to give it away. So now, if he indeed, to Kaylee's point, does have the job and is inaugurated in January, How does he end this war between Ukraine and Russia on day one? And that's a promise he's made in so many areas as we think about what is going on in the world. He has said repeatedly that when he was president, there was not this kind of chaos as he describes it and the wars going on in the world. So, you know, is he able to, you know, live up to his promise of peace and prosperity in the world once he gets here? And if so, how? So we're going to have to just watch and see, because it is a very different thing to promise on the campaign trail and to deliver when you're in office.
Oh, true. Jeannie and Rick, thank you so much. Great analysis here. The opening trade is up next. We'll have a lot more to follow here. Special election coverage 2024 on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space. That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech
spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to special extended coverage of the 2024 election on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from global headquarters in New York. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew. It is nearly 3:20 a.m. Eastern Time on the East Coast. And we do seem that we are tracking toward a final result here. The Electoral College, as it stands now, 224 votes for Kamala Harris, 267 for Donald Trump. The threshold required to win the presidency, 270. Donald Trump only needs to pick up one more state, Joe, no matter where it is, that would secure him the victory.
That's absolutely right. It's not official yet, but it could happen at any moment. Of course, you'll learn when it does happen here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It has not kept Donald Trump from declaring victory, though, and many congratulations now coming from around the world, Kaylee. Of course, the markets, the financial markets, had been moving in this direction since long before the first state was called. We saw the reaction around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time as investors thought Trump was the winner.
Yeah, and certainly you're seeing global leaders react as if he is officially the Prime Minister of the UK. Keir Starmer congratulating Trump on his election win, as has the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, the one person we haven't heard from, though there's many, but one in particular we haven't heard from at this time is Vice President Kamala Harris. So let's bring in now from Washington, D.C., Bloomberg's Mike Shepard. Washington, of course, where Kamala Harris was spending her evening. Mike, she chose not to address supporters. Do we have any idea when we can expect to hear from her?
Kaylee, it's a great question, and we don't yet have a sense of timing. Her campaign co-chair spoke to reporters and supporters who were gathered at Howard University a couple of hours ago to say that she would be coming out sometime later this morning, but we don't really have a sense of timing. And by later this morning, it really sounded like it would be daylight hours. And they're going to have to think about how they regroup and how they message this, not only to their supporters who worked so hard to try to get her elected, but also to the nation, which really experienced a tumultuous, chaotic, and divisive, at times, campaign, and how the party will regroup going forward, but also look to work with the incoming administration.
So what's tomorrow going to look like in Washington, Shep? You've seen a couple of these happen before. There are a lot of supporters of Kamala Harris who went to Howard University this evening and waited around for hours only to be told to go home, that she would not be speaking this evening. There's going to have to be a series of events, assuming this is made official between now and sunrise, a series of events starting in the morning that are coming from Harris HQ.
Well, in a way, this is a reprise of what we went through in 2016, when it became clear in the overnight hours that Donald Trump was going to prevail over Hillary Clinton. And in the same way, there was that first sense of shock and disbelief and disappointment that rumbled through the Democratic Party and the Clinton campaign. We're sort of seeing that same moment of angst right now with the Harris campaign, but they will have to pick themselves up and message it, as Rick was indicating in one of the earlier segments, that they, as the party of trying to promote a peaceful transition and transfer of power, they're going to have to walk the walk in addition to talking the talk in terms of handing the reins of power from President Joe Biden over to Donald Trump in an orderly and respectful fashion, which is different than what we all remember having taken place under Trump in 2020.
Well, as we consider what took place in 2020 and then into January 2021, I guess we'll have to wait and see whether or not we get any kind of repeat of that this time around. Mike, we've been discussing this with Rick and Jeannie. We've talked extensively about the potential for a lot of litigation in the aftermath of the result. But with the way things are tracking now, is it likely that those lawsuits trying to change this outcome in the courts is something that's really going to happen?
You know, the Democratic Party may try, and they have mobilized well ahead of time, just like the Republican Party had done as well, an army of lawyers prepared to contest any sort of irregularity that they may run into. But looking at the margins that we're seeing in a number of these states, it's going to be very difficult to mass a case that would collect enough votes that could reverse any one of these results. The other thing I think we'll want to watch out for is, will there be any trouble on the ground as a result of this? And we did see after Trump's first victory in 2016 and around his inauguration in early 2017, some trouble in downtown Washington. There were protests, there were a few windows broken here and there. And as you remember, before leaving for New York, they were boarding up some of the storefronts in our neighborhood here in downtown Washington around our office. But it's unclear whether any of that will happen, and if there is a gracious outreach from the Harris campaign toward the Trump camp, we may see something calmer and less of the unrest that many people have been fearing.
Yeah, no shortage of fencing and plywood going up in the nation's capital ahead of this election. Mike Shepard in Washington, D.C. Thank you, sir, for staying up so late with us. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano now with some final thoughts. We've been through a lot together here. I don't know what your thoughts are on tomorrow. We'll see if this is officially called tonight. Does Kamala Harris need to schedule something first thing in the morning?
I think she does. Once the results come in, she should schedule it. I suspect we may hear from her, just a guess, around 10 or 11 a.m. tomorrow. I think it is fair for her to wait until these results come in, but once they do, she's going to have to come out and say some words to her supporters and concede the race. And Mike is absolutely right. There, at least at this point, these margins don't seem close enough for her to contest. If they are, she has every legal right to challenge them. But at this point, we haven't heard anything of that sort.
Well, so Rick, as we close out at least our coverage here from New York for the day, which has stretched well into the early hours of Wednesday, what is your final thought on the way this has all gone down?
Yeah, I think that we should plan not to ever be surprised in politics again. This has been one of the most tumultuous, campaigns over time. Incredible twists and turns, things that we never even imagined would enter into a presidential campaign. And I'd say I think we're just as surprised by the outcome of tonight. And so I think this is sort of the new politics of the American democracy, is that you can't really expect or anticipate what's going to happen next. I think pollsters are all going to be looking into their models and say, what did we do wrong again? Although I thought it was a pretty well polled election. We knew there was a polling error somewhere in there, and we found it was probably the same as 2020. A couple points for Donald Trump. And that was the point I think we were making at the very beginning of the night, is that just 2 points any given way would result in a landslide, and that's what we saw tonight.
You've been saying that all along, Jeannie. What's the pollster inside you thinking right now?
Yeah, I think we have to go back and we're going to have to look at these models that we've been using. The non-response bias is a big problem, but I think we're also going to have to think about what this campaign teaches us about money in politics. Kamala Harris outraised and outspent Donald Trump by large amounts and did not win. And of course, Rick and I spent a lot of time talking about the ground game. Kamala Harris had an enormous ground game. Donald Trump outsourced to Elon Musk and Turning Point USA. It was unclear whether that would be successful, but boy, these results
to be the smartest move of the campaign
turned out to be enormously important and helpful for him. So a lot, I think, to reflect on as we go forward about how this really does change the game. And this is the comeback of the century, if not beyond. I mean, wow, what a victory for Donald Trump.
That's the Democrat talking. Rick Davis, Jeannie Shanzano, thank you so much. Happy election day after, Kaylee. The markets are moving.
Yeah, they certainly are. The victory is not official yet, and yet we are seeing trading acting as if it is such. S&P 500 futures up 2 percentage points. Russell 2000 futures, small caps, are roaring up 5.3%. We're seeing a big move in treasuries as well. The 10-year yield up 13 basis points to just shy of 4.4. The dollar is stronger. The peso and the euro are weaker. It is incredible as financial markets and the world as a whole has watched what has gone down on this election day. Thank you for sticking with us through the long haul here on Bloomberg TV and radio. The Electoral College, as it stands right now, 224 for Kamala Harris, 267 for Donald Trump. He is on the cusp of clinching the 270 he needs to win the presidency.
You said it. We'll meet you back here at high noon on this day, Eastern Time. With Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew on Bloomberg TV and radio.
We invest in, buy, and own the backbone of the global economy. when the water gets delivered to your house, the road you drive on, the pipeline that brings different things to your community, the telecom towers that transmit your phone, the data center, the real estate that you live in. It's what we own and build, so it's really what drives the economy, and you don't often see our name.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
You know, it's just because we're behind the scenes, but it's big with $1 trillion of assets almost. We're behind a lot of the things of the global economy.
So being low-key, do you think it gives you strength?
We just try to be quiet and do our thing, and sometimes it helps and sometimes it doesn't. But I'd say on balance, it's been good for us.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the open and bell action. We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help.
A historic day in the United States, ripple effects around the world, but this is the map that you need to keep your eye on. A deja vu moment, a map that looks very similar to what we saw in 2016 when Trump did become the 45th president of the United States, now just 3 electoral votes shy of becoming the 47th president of the United States. Again, not fully called, but of course, President Trump already doing the victory laps around what is going to be potentially and what's poised to be his second presidency, his second term in the Oval Office. This is the map you need to know, really being a massive win across the board in the popular vote and the Electoral College for Donald Trump. Tom.
And Chrissy, the market reaction has been pronounced at the early stages, pricing in a Trump victory from these markets. You're seeing it reflected in the dollar up. You can see that gain near year highs for the Bloomberg Dollar Index. In terms of the equity moves as well, substantial gains coming through in terms of US futures, but reflected as well the optimism in terms of US, European stocks. Currently the benchmark stock 600 up 1.7%. Though on the downside, you have companies like the turbine makers, the wind turbine makers. S&P futures then looking to gain 2%. The Bloomberg Dollar Index ripping higher through the session. Yields also up across the curve, a sell-off of US Treasuries. Guy.
It's Wednesday the 6th. We were not anticipating a result this early. We have a result this early. The market response is orderly. That is in many ways the big surprise this morning, that we have a result. It feels like a clean result. The market response is reasonably clean as well. Volatility is coming down. The hedges that we've been talking about over the last few weeks have started to come off. The Trump trade is on, but it feels like an orderly process at this moment. How long that lasts for remains to be seen, and I think that is going to be the interesting story that we now watch over the next few hours. This feels like a continuation of a process that has been on track for a few weeks now, This morning feels surprisingly different in some ways to 2016 when we had a surprise. This morning, we have a little bit of a surprise, but the market reaction to it feels very, very structured, straightforward, and pretty orderly.
The potential calm before the storm, what are the markets going to be reacting to? Is it tariff policy? Is it defense policy? Is it the deficit that we're already seeing in the bond market? That seems to be what's shaking. Let's get an update on how those markets are trading. Bloomberg's Valerie Titel all over it. Val.
Hey, we've hit all-time highs in the U.S. equity market when it comes to those S&P futures. We're also seeing NASDAQ futures outperforming, and the Russell 2000 is at session highs as well. Let's flip on and just see how the Trump trade is taking place in the dollar. The Bloomberg Dollar Index up over 1% at one spot, 3% for the Bloomberg Dollar. I also want to check, though, on how those tariff-exposed currencies have been handling this news about a Trump win. I have in mind dollar CNH and dollar MEX. Dollar CNH over 1% weaker for the Chinese yuan. That's one of the biggest moves, if not the biggest moves this year. Dollar MEX is also trading stronger. The Mexican peso 2.5% weaker versus the dollar, and the euro, another one to keep our eye on as we head to the European stock open, is up 1.6% versus the dollar. Let's have our eye also on the Treasury market and just take a look at how the Treasury yield has been performing. The yield curve, we are still seeing this steepening extend. We had those 30-year yields up 16 basis points on the session. That's all due to fiscal concerns that we're worried about Trump and his Treasury supply that could hit the market if he goes and spends a bit too much. We are seeing the 2-year yield not reacting too much, but the 2-year yield in Germany, Critty, is having a big rally. We're seeing a big steepening of the curve as we price in more cuts from the ECB to perhaps help the European economic growth picture from here.
Certainly something we're going to be keeping a very close eye on, not to mention those deficit conversations, what the ripple effect will be when those U.S. traders hit their desks in the U.S. session. Bloomberg's Valerie Titel, we thank you so much. Let's get a little bit more analysis. Two people who've been sitting at the edge of their seats for the last couple of hours. We thank you so much. Max Grinikoff joins us around the table, U.S. equity derivative strategist over at UBS Investment Bank, and Raphael Tuin, head of capital market strategies over at TKO Capital. Thank you both so much. Max, I want to start with you, because coming into what is a historic day, an unexpected day for a lot of people, the trade that we kept hearing was go long vol. That's the only trade that works in a world of uncertainty. Is that the reason we're not seeing panic in the markets right now?
Exactly. Investors were well defensively positioned heading into this event. We saw volatility risk premia heading into elections, not at records, but at multi-year highs, roughly call it 10 to 12 points. And our view was that is going to stay steady up until elections. Keep in mind, you had ISM Manufacturing and NFP on Friday. You also had U.S. elections. You were also in the midst of mega cap tech earnings last week. You have FOMC as well this week, CPI next week, right? But our view is eventually you let those event risks pass, and that volatility risk premia has to normalize. What's interesting is you had an implied move of around 2% for the S&P heading into today's event. Futures are clearly realizing around 2%. The market feels quite efficient.
And it feels like, Guy, that this idea of this risk-on behavior you're seeing in the equity market, really, it was a lot of a positioning story as well, because going into this, it feels like there was that overhang we were talking about. And yet, on the rate cut front, a lot of the Fed cuts that were priced in for December now being moved to next year.
Look at the divergence this morning between what is happening with the Fed story and what is happening with the ECB story. Check out the front end of the European curve. Check out the long end of what is happening in the United States. Take a look at the work function on the Bloomberg. We're pricing out Fed cuts. We are pricing in ECB cuts. Is this a tariff story? Despite the fact that Trump didn't actually mention the word tariff in that opening speech, which is fascinating considering it's his favorite word. You would have thought it would be slightly higher on the agenda. That hasn't happened. So it looks like we are going to see some transatlantic divergence coming through here. But Raphael, this feels orderly this morning. This feels, in some ways, this was what we didn't anticipate but should have anticipated but did anticipate. It's a kind of, we were all on the edge of our seats waiting for something extraordinary to happen. But I keep looking at the screens waiting for that to happen. It isn't. This feels like the market's got a handle on what is going on here.
So far, so good, we can say that. On the one hand, it's true, it's been widely anticipated, front-run in some extent, for sure. On the other hand, it is the most disruptive scenario when it comes to economic policies, when it comes to long-term uncertainty. So, it's fairly early in the trading session. Let's look at what interest rates are going to do too, talking about potential disruption. This is still clearly where the disruption could be coming from. And also, let's keep in mind that, political events and elections are part of the market narrative, they are part of the business cycles, but they are not necessarily long-term trend setters either. They can be disruptive in some ways, but what matters at the end of the day is what the market is pricing in terms of, earnings growth, macro development, to what extent the monetary policy in place will continue. That is what matters over the long end for investors.
Max, in terms of chasing some of these trades, we're seeing, for example, the turbine makers, as we mentioned, lower today, defence stocks getting a lift in Europe. Do you follow some of those, or is that already fully priced in at this point?
Well, what was interesting heading into today is where we actually saw the largest election-related risk premia baked in was unsurprisingly clean energy. Over the last couple of weeks, we had seen significant call buyers in the U.S. clean energy space in particular. It remains to be seen how clean energy reacts today. However, I think we can make a good guess as to how that plays out. Our focus has actually been more on U.S. energy. U.S. energy, particularly oil and gas E&Ps, feels like there needs to be a catch-up trade there, right? We did see the Trump 2.0 trade in areas like U.S. financials, banks, for example. U.S. energy has been more tied to the oil price. Oil is actually down this morning. But if U.S. growth and inflation expectations rise, especially if you get a red sweep coming to fruition, that's where we think the catch-up trade is in U.S. energy in particular.
How much of a challenge is the prospect of higher rates, higher for longer from the Federal Reserve, and whether or not there are bond vigilantes waiting at the wings at some point?
Well, that's what's interesting, and especially heading into this week, the probability of Goldilocks or the softest landing narrative via the equity markets implied probability, that has increased to above 50% based on our models. What has also sneakily risen in tandem is the implied probability of economic overheating. So everyone's been focused on this growth slowdown scenario. Where we think the underappreciated risk has been is what happens if you get the red sweep come to fruition, you get growth actually resurging higher, inflation resurging higher in the near term as well, and that's where the Fed potentially has to take the foot off the pedal in the near term.
It's an interesting point that you make on the energy story as well, because you did it from a kind of a clean energy perspective, which is far more, I think, receptive and volatile here in Europe than it is in the United States. But Raphael, then there's the other piece of the energy story, which is that the United States is the biggest oil and right now LNG manufacturer in the world. How much of the support from the Biden administration can global energy markets count on when it comes to Trump? Is that something that maybe Europe should be more worried about?
Well, on the one hand, obviously, for traditional energy companies, it's going to be a boost. Deregulation is on the way. Trump is clearly a big supporter of this industry. On the other hand, we are right to wonder about what's happening to the green transition. It's clearly a hiccup along the way.
Yep.
One feels, though, this is a long-term trend, something to capitalize on, not only because it's going to save the planet, but it's also a way to be more profitable, to be more efficient in the way companies are managing their energy needs. We see Texas, for instance, a huge energy and oil producer, investing in green energy as we speak. So this is not only a matter of a political will, but there is also an economic argument behind this transition to green energy that goes much beyond the election or what happens in 2024, 2025. So, hiccup maybe, but still a very long-term trend to bet on.
Can I just take a step back and just think about equities and risk assets and where we are? We went into 2016, last time Trump won. Equities are trading on 16 times, somewhere around there. We're on really punchy multiples now. We're starting from a completely different place. The risk, how useful is 2016 as a playbook in terms of that kind of risk-on narrative, tax cuts, the Trump trade pushing on? As I look at my screens this morning, is this a rally that I want to fade and maybe start to think about when I exit from? How do I think about this tactically now?
Yeah, I think you're right to start with the 2016 comparison and just realize that this is a very different story. As you mentioned about valuations, interest rates, they were 2%, we're 4.5 now. The fact that this scenario was somewhat expected by the market, so it's very difficult to apply the exact same playbook. The market is getting excited, rightfully so, for the fiscal package to be implemented. Some people are talking about 2, 3, 5% of EPS growth boost if it were fully to be implemented next year, for instance. So that could be a booster. What about tariffs? We don't know. And clearly that is going to be detrimental to potential earnings growth. So that's a mitigant. And also the key conversation here is about interest rates. We know that interest rates have been on the rise. It's part of the Trump trade. Rising deficits, more debt, meaning higher interest rate over the long run and potentially a steeper curve. There is a tipping point where the market starts worrying. You know, valuation gets constrained. Is it at 4.5? Is it at 5% on the 10-year Treasury? We shall see. And it might be too late when we realize. Yeah. But this is clearly the focus for concern here. We have some short-term gains potentially indeed. But what about the capacity of the market to absorb higher interest rate for what is going to be most likely a longer time period? That's still a question mark. And at 22 times valuation today, you don't really have a lot of leeway to support shocks, duration shocks.
Yeah, markets pricing in 38 basis points of cuts from the Fed by the end of this year and below 4%, not until June of next year. We'll see how that adjusts, of course, with yields higher across the curve, as you say. Max Grinikoff, US equity derivatives strategist and UBS investment bank, and Raphael Tuin as well, head of capital market strategies at Tico Capital, staying with us. More analysis in terms of these markets through the next few minutes. We're going to cross over right now to Joe Easton from our equities team. Keep an eye on some of the stock movers this morning on the back of what is expected to be, of course, a Trump victory. Joe.
So we've got some fascinating trades in European stocks today on this Trump trade idea. Take a look at AP Moller Maersk was the worst performer at the open of trading, down around 5%, now down 4%. The market clearly saying that Trump will potentially mean a contraction of global trade and therefore reduced demand for shipping. And then over in the tariff space, the sector we were keeping an eye on was autos, and they are all declining on worries about potential further tariffs on the sector. Here's Volkswagen and Mercedes. Now, some of these companies actually make goods in the US and sell them into China, and also there is the EU risk as well, so a double hit in terms of the regions. Then over in renewables, another sector that you have been mentioning, absolutely slammed. There's Vestas down almost 9%. Ørsted, that's the biggest drop in a year for the Danish maker of renewable energy products. RWE, Nordex also lower as well, all getting slammed on the worries about a rollback of renewable projects over in the US this morning. Now here's a few in the UK. This one absolutely fascinating for Expo. This is a miner that is actually based in Ukraine. It's up 33% today. What does that say about where the war in Ukraine will go from here under a potential presidency from Trump? And these two down here are dollar earners, Ashtead and Intercontinental Hotels, listed in the UK but do most of their business in the US, and therefore getting that dollar strength coming through into those stocks. And then finally, we can't end without mentioning the Bitcoin miners, because take a look at Argo Blockchain. It's a Bitcoin miner based in London. It's up 14% as Trump did embrace Bitcoin when he was last president, and that is feeding through into those stocks. Also seeing again in Northern Data in the Bitcoin mining space in Germany, getting a bit of a digital currency boost this morning.
Joe Easton from our equities team walking us through some of the early Trump trades and Trump bids you're seeing in the European equities market. Of course, let's go a little bit broader and bring in our expert panel. Max Grinikoff, U.S. equity derivatives strategist over at UBS Investment Bank, and Raphael Tuin, head of capital market strategy over at TKO Capital, still with us around the table. I'm sure fighting the adrenaline that I'm fighting as well. Max, talk to us a little bit about the last thing that Raphael mentioned, which is that fiscal spend, specifically coming from the United States. So much of that has been wrapped up in the IRA. Pieces of analysis have suggested that in a Trump 2.0, some of that stimulative policy will still be there. How much of a wrench does that throw for the Fed's plans?
Yeah, I mean, investors that I met with over the past couple of weeks in Europe in particular, one thing they've been worried about, and it's, potentially more rate sensitive than it is equity sensitive, but it's, a significant sell-off in the longer end of the curve if you do, in fact, start to get these ballooning fiscal deficits, if tariffs are, in fact, escalated over the coming months or years. So it's more kind of a worry centric to the European economy, it has felt like over the past couple of weeks, whereas, look, within the U.S., infrastructure-related policy tends to be bipartisan. Right. So we, heading into this election, with the exception of the last couple of weeks, we have seen a rise in materials, in industrials, metals and mining in particular. That's been one of our calls as well. So you are, you have seen that, priced in ahead of time. Whether that remains to be seen, of course.
And that pricing guy, I think, is so crucial because I think we've seen so much of it in the long end of the bond curve, the very long end that really shook a lot of the markets in, I believe, the third quarter of 2023. And yet we're looking at a 30-year yield that's rallying about 15 basis points this morning, and that's not considered a volatile reaction, yet it has an effect in housing,
in mortgages, and of course, the deficit story. That's the part of the curve that's exposed.
Absolutely. So this is a term premium story that we're pricing in effectively here back into this market. What happens at the front end, I think, is going to be really interesting. How far can the ECB go if the Fed is in a different position? How far can global central banks go if the dollar is doing what it's doing this morning and continuing to strengthen? What happens to risk assets in that kind of scenario, Tom? I think is going to be really interesting. It's interesting. We also heard Joe there talking about what is happening with some of the defense stocks and what is happening with Ukrainian miners. Does Europe get a... This sounds very counterintuitive this morning, but you could potentially see a cheaper euro, which could potentially be, you could argue, good for the Eurozone right now. Peace in Ukraine, is that something we can think about, price in, talk about, understand how that would affect risk assets? Is that potentially a good thing for Europe as well? I'm trying to understand what the sort of the counterintuitive trades around some of this is, because that, I think, is what we maybe have to do in a Trump era kind of world, and how markets are going to be reacting. I think maybe in some ways it'll take a while to settle out, but I think there's some really interesting the sort of tectonic shifts taking place.
Yeah, so if you get a lift for defence stocks because Europe suddenly realises that once again it really has to spend on defence and you cannot rely on a Trump presidency and the backing of the US.
But what about Ukraine
become a peace dividend? And let's not forget, with a broader European story as well, what happens out of China. This is a pivotal week when the National People's Congress. You get the sense from Chinese officials that they are waiting to give the details on fiscal stimulus to see what happens.
Do they stimulate more? Do they stimulate more in a Trump presidency?
You would have thought a higher likelihood out of China, given that they know there is very likely to be some range of additional tariffs put on. May not be 60%, but it's still going to be painful. That's the expectation, that they're going to have to ramp up that stimulus. Will that be a byproduct, in terms of byproduct, a benefit for Europe, potentially? So we see the response from China. That's going to be crucial, I think.
What do you think about all of that, Raphael?
Well, on Europe, it's an interesting case study. Obviously, at face value, this is not good news. We are going to face tariffs in Europe. This is going to be impactful. By the way, 25% of European companies' revenues are generated with the US. So that's a lot to swallow. That said, when you lift the trunk and you look into the actual number, the actual share of it, which could be potentially impacted by tariff, is rather low. So back to what you were saying, a little counterintuitive thought here. You have peak negativity vis-à-vis Europe. Like the worst is almost certain in the mind of investors. Actually, when you look at the details, it is going to be impactful, but to what extent is it reflected in the prices to be seen? And then you have the ECB. We are going to get into an interesting setup that we haven't had in a long time, where we could see indeed a divergence of monetary policy. The past few years, by the way, have been fairly converging in terms of what we saw on both sides of the Atlantics in some ways. This might not continue to some extent. The Fed, on the one hand, will have to slow down, more inflation in the US, more fiscal packages on the one hand. On the other hand, indeed, Europe might slow down in the face of tariffs. At the end of the day, a diverging central bank could also be a booster for risk assets. So at reasonably cheap valuation in Europe, very negative sentiment, and maybe where a lot of negativity is priced in, maybe I would bet on Europe indeed.
What do you think about that, Max? Bet on Europe? That's got to be the completely sort of counterintuitive Trump trade, isn't it? Bet on Europe.
Right. Like I said, over the last couple of weeks, and I think it ultimately does come down to tariff escalation in the coming months and years. There's been a lot of talk around the proposal of 60% on China, 10% on rest of world, and the potential legal process that has to go through. 60% potentially looks more likely on China, 10% on rest of world. Could be a lengthy legal process over the coming months and years, where the Trump administration might not be able to get that through.
How much does policy actually change, though, in that? I mean, you're saying that 60%. It was an offhanded comment in a Fox interview. How much does policy change, given that the tariffs have stuck through the Biden administration that were first put on during the Trump administration? And I'm wondering how much of that maybe has a background of calm in these markets.
Right. It's comparing what has come through the Biden administration, as you allude to, post the first Trump administration. Look, at the end of the day, it is China centric. Raising current tariffs to a 60% threshold that could likely invoke some pushback from Congress. However, a lot of that power has been passed on from the legislative branch to the executive branch over the last 8 to 10 decades. So.
Yeah, you have to wonder as well whether Trump puts Europe in a basket, because we know he has ties with the likes of Viktor Orban over in Hungary, but Germany feels like a stone in his shoe in terms of the annoyance that he sometimes reflects when it comes to that country. Max Grinikoff, US equity derivatives strategist at UBS Investment Bank. Raphael Tuin, head of capital market strategies at Tico Capital Management. Thank you very much indeed, both, for your analysis on this historic day. Let's get back to the markets. Valerie Tatel standing by for a check on the market reaction to a likely Trump presidency. Valerie.
Tom, this is all very positive for risk assets. We have a clear winner. Remember that big market worries that we were going to head for a contested election. Seems like we don't have that, and there is room for a risk asset rally. S&P futures at all-time highs, up 2.4%. We're also seeing quite a substantial rally when it comes to small caps. This is a very favored Trump trade, up 6.2%. A lot of this has to do with the fact that we're seeing volatility fall across assets. Let's take a look at how the VIX has been faring in the last 45 minutes. It is clearly on a downward trend. A lot of people out there wanting to sell volatility into this event, but it was quite a risky call. We were seeing volatility fall not in just the VIX, but also across FX as well. If you look at euro-dollar FX volatility, that is also plummeting, and this is very positive for risk assets. Let's do a quick check finally on the Treasury market. Eyes are on this steepening, but yet again, this steepening has not been aggressive enough to dent the equity rally. We're seeing 15 basis point rise in the 30-year yield, which to some, yes, it's one of the biggest moves we've seen this year, but it's not big enough to dent the risk-on rally that we're seeing this morning. Tom.
Bloomberg's Valerie Tatel, we thank you so much walking us through some of that market reaction. She's talking about the U.S. Treasury yield curve there. We're already seeing that bid into European bonds, specifically into German debt, matched with world reactions. The world leaders already hopping on it. Remember, we were still 3 electoral votes technically for him to get to 270. He's getting a lot of congratulations from Starmer, Macron, Zelensky, you name it.
Absolutely. It hasn't been called, but it has been called.
Yeah.
That certainly seems to be the impression that we're getting from world leaders right now, thinking about how their strategies are going to be adjusted in a world where we have significantly more unpredictability coming out of the White House. It is common form, though, to congratulate those that win elections, and this seems to be certainly fitting the narrative. I wonder what's going on behind closed doors. There's been a lot of talk about the preparation that Europe in particular has made ahead of a Trump presidency, both on what is going to happen with Ukraine, what is happening with defense spending, what is happening with NATO, and what particularly is happening with tariffs as well.
And something that Emmanuel Macron has been very vocal on as well, pushing for that need for Europe to be less dependent. And you can debate how much success he's had on that front. Here in the UK, really interesting. Look, we know Donald Trump is sensitive to these congratulatory messages. Keir Starmer coming out. This is the first time we in the UK will have operated with a Labour government working with our key US ally, and we know that there's been some tension there, given that Labour, some of Labour's supporters have been out helping Kamala Harris. We also know that David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, has made some pretty critical remarks about Trump before he was Foreign Secretary. So all of that could prove a tension point in terms of the relationships in the UK.
Does this drive, though, Europe and the UK back together from a security point of view? I think will be an interesting question, particularly if there are question marks around the NATO guarantees.
We talk a lot about this in the context of what's going on in Eastern Europe and Ukraine as well. There's another war in this region that we've got our eye on that Trump could be consequential to, especially with the role that Iran plays, the effect on energy markets. Whereas the rest of the world leaders we mentioned gave congratulatory messages. The leader out of Iran said the change in election results don't have a clear relevance for Iran, and says that its economy has become resilient after years of sanctions. We'll see, of course, how that narrative changes as the new president takes office, of course, in January. But in the meantime, I should remind our global audience, Trump, although declaring victory, has not hit that 270 electoral vote count yet. Of course, it is assumed that we're going to get there, not to mention Senate that is largely Republican already, and a House that may swing that way as well. We're going to have plenty of coverage ahead for you for the markets, for the politics, and of course the international reaction and implications. That does it for the opening trade. Stick with us. The Pulse is up next. This is Bloomberg.
I will show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea, and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions.
You know, Steve was a teacher. He taught me the value of focus, the importance of simplicity, the fact that making things simple is so much harder than making things complex. For those of us that were fortunate enough to work with him, he was the teacher of a lifetime. My first job was delivering papers. And I was about 12 years old. Everybody was sort of expected to work in my family. And I'd get up at 3 in the morning, pick up the stack of papers and start throwing. And usually come back and take a nap before school. Throwing papers helped start my college education. And I was the first person in my family that went to college. I knew that being able to do that was a privilege that I needed not to waste. Everyone saw college in those days, and hopefully today, as opening many doors and being able to stand on the shoulders of your parents, that education would do that.
Donald Trump is closing in on the presidency after wins in key battleground states. So this is what we know so far. He's taken Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. Now, the electoral vote count so far is Trump 267, Harris 224. Now, Kamala Harris has won California, New York, Nebraska, and Minnesota. Republicans have won control of the U.S. Senate. So these are the key swing states that are deciding this election. And of course, investors are expecting a second Trump administration to bring policies that will boost economic growth, corporate profits, inflation similar to his first term. Now, however, the market reaction also reflects concerns about the potential for increased budget deficits and inflation, with some investors warning of the need for caution and potential profit taking. So all the votes are not in yet, but the moves send a clear signal that investors expect a second Trump administration to look much like his first one, possibly a steady stream of policies, including tax cuts, deregulation, tariffs, that will simultaneously stoke economic growth, corporate profits, and inflation. Now, for those on Wall Street who've been riding the Trump trade, it was a moment possibly of vindication, even if ultimately it could prove fleetingly. You can see S&P futures, NASDAQ futures, even European stocks gaining between 1.8 and 2%. Again, the surge in Treasury yields underscores concern that Trump's policy, though, will only further swell a bloated budget deficit and reignite an inflation spiral that policymakers was just finally getting to grips with. Now, what Wall Street is saying is that bond vigilantes are probably exerting pressure on leaders in Washington to keep spending in check. Now, there are also a couple of things that we need to particularly watch out for at Tesla because of the help of Elon Musk in this campaign. And of course, Trump Media Technology Group, that stock pre-market 60% higher than when you look at Tesla. It's also gaining pre-market. So let's get to Tesla in just a second to see what that's doing, 12% higher. So Donald Trump on the cusp of recapturing the White House, projected as a winner across many of the pivotal swing states, with his party also set to control the Senate. In an address to supporters in Florida, he called it a political victory that our country's never seen before.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back Control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
Donald Trump there speaking to his supporters at his election watch party in Florida a little earlier this morning. Now we're joined by Leslie Vinter-Murray, director of the U.S. and Americas program at Chatham House, Sarah Malik, Nuveen Asset Management's chief investment officer, and Ross Matheson, Bloomberg's EMEA news director. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. I mean, some of the thoughts, actually, to start with. I mean, this is an extraordinary political comeback, and Ross, it was a genuine surprise.
Well, it was. The extent of it has been a surprise. We're looking at Donald Trump potentially winning the popular vote as well as a bunch of states. If you look at the map, there's an awful lot of red stretching outward from the center of America. And the interesting thing is that it seemed to pull in voters across the board. So young men in general, you know, white men, black men, Latino men, all gravitating towards Donald Trump or perhaps away from the Democrats. And so, you know, struggling to pull in these voting bases, the Democrats have really, you know, struggled there. And the question is, why? Was this more a vote for Donald Trump and the Republicans or a vote against the Democrats? And what seems to have really driven a lot of it is that sense of feeling adrift. You know, the economic numbers in the US are not bad. The economic record of the Biden White House has not been terrible. However, people feel that you know, they're going downward. They feel that their prospects are weakening when it comes to jobs, wages, the outlook, you know, security, feeling safe in America. And so the message maybe from the Republicans really resonated with them. It's harder to defend your record. It's easier to attack it. And again, that seems to have been the outcome. In the end, it was the economy that helped decide it.
But Leslie, it does feel like, and again, you know, we'll pour over this for the next 2 to 3 weeks, but the exit polls seem to say that actually the Trump strategy of pitching to male voters, Hispanic voters, you know, black voters, black men has paid off.
Yeah, and what we've seen is, I think, what many people did not anticipate. It's not a close election. That whole concern that we had about electoral-related violence, I think, is gone because Trump has so clearly delivered a result, both in the Electoral College, which is said to be a very significant result, and as we've just heard, in the popular vote. That is not what was anticipated. The message, you know, what we do know is that people wanted Donald Trump more than they wanted Kamala Harris. The other things, you know, in addition to the message resounding, I think we have to note the rural-urban divide. We've talked about this for a very long time. Clearly, President Biden had done well in 2020 at reversing some of that for the Democrats, at pulling some rural voters. Donald Trump has got those right back in his pocket. The message, whether it's of the economy is not delivering for you, you're left out. There's a question certainly about gender. It looks like women turned out, but there's another big divide. Rural-urban, there's an education divide, right? Non-college educated white women we thought might cross over and vote for Kamala Harris. It looks like that didn't happen. Those numbers we're going to continue to learn more about. But, you know, Francine, the one thing we know right now is that America is delivering a very clear result. They want Donald Trump to be their president more than they want Kamala Harris, and that we are going to have to face directly. It has all sorts of policy implications. It has all sorts of social and economic and democratic implications. The country needs to face it straight on because it is not on the margins. It does not look like there's anything marginal about what the American people have said.
So, Sarah, what does that mean for markets? Again, if you have, you know, Trump, you know, once confirmed, will also have the Senate behind him. So it's very likely that he can easily clear his nominees for the Supreme Court, for the Fed, for the cabinet. What does this mean, Sarah, in terms of policies?
Well, there's 3 factors the markets are focused on with a Trump victory and a potential red wave with the House flipping to Republican, and that's taxes, tariffs, and regulations. So starting with regulations, easier regulations for sectors such as U.S. financial should be positive for that sector, as banks would be able to deal with regulations more easily. Tax cuts would be positive for the U.S. economy, and that would be easier for the consumer, take some pressure off corporations, and of course tariffs would make things more U.S.-centric in terms of our manufacturing, and that also would be positive. So short term, it's positive for the equity markets, which is what we're seeing today. I think medium term, the question is, does any of this reignite inflation and cause it to reaccelerate, and how will the Fed deal with that? I think we will get a 25 basis point rate cut today by the Fed in the U.S. later today, but medium term, we are concerned that all of this could reaccelerate inflation, and that could become an issue in the U.S., which has been trying to, of course, clamp down on inflation.
So, Saira, the Trump trade could actually be short-lived.
Well, I think, if you looked at 2016, it was a very strong trade right after he got elected. The Trump trade already started a couple weeks before this election. So I think it could continue for a period of time. It would be positive, as I mentioned, for cyclicals, even for small caps as the U.S. becomes more domestically oriented. And then after a period of time, it's going to depend. If it reignites so much inflation that the Fed is restricted and unable to cut rates and maybe even raise rates, I think that could put this trade at risk. However, if we're able to balance that and these policies are not inflationary, then I think small caps, financials, cyclicals would continue to outperform.
Roz, if Donald Trump, if he gets into the White House, is able to clear his nominees, do we have any idea of what kind of team he builds around him?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see that. There's a lot of conversation, I imagine, around the world as people are waking up to this today and, going from theoretical to reality. And then how do you deal with a second Trump presidency from all over the world, depending on his policies? What does he say on the campaign trail versus what he would do as president? And there's been this narrative already that maybe he knows the job better than the first time around. Maybe he understands what he can and cannot do, and maybe he has a more stable team, frankly, around him than in his first administration, where he seemed to pull in people randomly to jobs that they had no experience for. And then, of course, it was, became a very erratic administration in part because of that. And so will he be more careful and considered in who he pulls into his orbit? I imagine there's going to be a lot of jostling now that's going to go on for those positions, people, campaigning essentially for those roles. But does he opt for people who have more direct experience, and what kind of voices will they be in his ear, be it on domestic policy, central banks, fiscal, or of course, all the issues that have to deal with around the world, including the Middle East, Ukraine, and China?
Leslie, very quickly, I guess now we could be on a showdown over trade with the rest of the world, but also, what role does Elon Musk play in all of this?
That is a big X factor, quite literally. But I think, to come back to the economic policy, Donald Trump could have done tariffs without the Senate. We don't know if he'll get the House, but he will. He has made it very clear. The question is, how high, and are they a bargaining chip or are they real? And I think this gets to the core of what we're going to be facing as Donald Trump begins to prepare for that transition and take place. The world's going to have to hedge. How high is he going to start with the tariffs? What is the ask? What will the negotiating ask be? Because, he's always thinking about the art of the deal. Where does he start? Where does he land? Europe's going to be deeply concerned about the tariffs at a time where we know competitiveness is an issue. The big thing for Europe, though, let's face it, is deep concern about how the war in Ukraine, what the consequence of this will be for the war in Ukraine, for NATO, for America's commitment to European security. And even if Donald Trump stays with Europe, it's not going to be delivered in a way that is predictable and stable. So what the markets say about that, big question, but it won't be clarity of purpose. There is going to be a very different style of governing coming out of the White House after January 20th.
There's so much to unpack. Thank you all for joining us. Leslie Benjamin from Chatham House, Saira Malik from Nuveen Asset Management, and Bloomberg's Roz Matheson. Now, coming up, S&P futures touch a record high as Donald Trump closes in on victory. So we'll have the latest market reactions. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
Is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back, everyone, to our special coverage of the U.S. election. Now, Donald Trump closing in on the U.S. presidency after battleground state wins. Again, he's rallied, actually, supporters after the win in Pennsylvania was called the electoral vote count. As it's now, Trump 267, Harris has 224. Now, let's get a check on the response from the markets. Here's Valerie. Hi, Valerie.
Hey, Fran. It's all about that risk-on rally in U.S. equities. We are hovering near all-time highs in the S&P futures and the Russell 2000 index. This was the small caps, a popular Trump trade, Francine, really taking off, up over 5%. That is as volatility declines, not just in the VIX, but across assets. I also want to do a quick pre-market check on how Tesla is faring this morning, Francine. It was up near 12% at the open, 12.5% now as the pre-market trade gets underway in the U.S. Let's flip on and take a look at how the dollar has been doing, because it is on a tear, but we have come off the recent highs. We are now just higher by 1.2%. So a bit of give back on that, but still very much picking up steam. Lastly, a check on the Treasury market, Francine. Yields are higher. The curve is steepening. This move higher has been led by the long end. Keep an eye on that trade. It's up 18 basis points in the 30-year yield. If that steepening extends, Francine, it could become a headwind for risk assets, but we're not exactly seeing that yet.
Thank you, Valerie. Valerie Teitel there with the very latest. Still with us, Leslie Vinjamuri from Chatham House and Sarah Malik, Chief Investment Officer at Nuveen Asset Management. Sarah, we've also seen, quite a boost and shot up with crypto. Is there anything at the moment that you would sell off in emerging markets? Mexico will probably be hit hard because of some of the immigration policies.
First of all, in crypto, I think that's benefiting from potentially less regulations around that asset class. So that's positive for cryptocurrency. I think in European markets, Mexico could potentially be under pressure because of the situation with tariffs. We don't know at this point, are tariffs just going to be applied to China or more broadly? And what does that mean for some of these regions? The European Union is already facing a strong dollar. That's negative for markets outside of the U.S. Now we have the tariff situation, geopolitical situations, and even if tariffs are only focused on China, that could also squeeze the European Union, which is dealing with somewhat sticky services inflation as well as anemic growth. Similar to Mexico, I think Mexico could be disadvantaged as manufacturing moves back to the United States. So definitely this Trump coming into office is positive for the U.S. and more challenging for the rest of the world.
And Leslie, when we mentioned Ukraine, but it does seem Donald Trump has called for a quick resolution in negotiating with Russia. There's a lot that he could do on immigration. What do you think he moves on first?
I think the immigration agenda will come quickly because it was so central. I think for many voters, probably immigration was one of their deepest concerns, that rhetoric around the negative effects of immigration. So they'll be looking to see, does he deport? That's a very difficult thing to operationalize. But if he does pursue this agenda. It is difficult. It will be difficult for many American businesses who need employees in those low service sector jobs. It could be inflationary in the medium term for sure. But I think that we will see some big ticket items. He might go back. If you think back to the first Trump presidency, one of the very first things he did was a Muslim ban, stricter controls on who comes into the country. There is an entire agenda that he has, first set out in Project 2025, then walked back from. But we know it's tough on immigration. Tariffs absolutely front and center of that policy. 10 to 20% has been discussed, possibly across the board. Giving a green light to the leader of Israel, wanting to see that conflict resolved, but without a very clear plan. I think Donald Trump has always seen himself as the person who could deliver a peace deal for the Middle East, expand on the Abraham Accords, and let's be honest, and get the Nobel Peace Prize back of his mind. This is a very difficult agenda to deliver. But for Europe, Ukraine, tariffs, and just a style of governance which is going to be very, very different from what we've seen for the past 4 years.
Leslie, thank you so much. Leslie Vinjamuri there from Chatham House, Saira Malik from Nuveen Asset Management. Now, Europe's biggest company, Novo Nordisk, also reported sales beats, but concerns persist about whether the drug maker can keep up with demand for its weight loss drugs. We'll speak to the Chief Financial Officer next, and this is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live every trading day. Balance of Power live around the world every weekday, only on Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action. We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, amid the Trump trade fallout this morning, Novo Nordisk, one of the biggest gainers on Europe's stock 600 after sales of its blockbuster weight loss drug Wegovy actually beat expectations in the third quarter. Well, the chief financial officer of Novo Nordisk, Karsten Munk-Knudsen, joins us. Mr. Knudsen, thank you so much for being with us. So how important, given the results that were extremely strong, how important is it to have an oral GLP-1 offering, and your confidence in that, given some of your rivals?
Well, so first of all, delivering 24% growth in the quarter speaks a lot to the quality of the innovation we have in the market today with Wegovy in the obesity market. So the growth we're delivering there, based on a weekly injectable test, gives a testimony to that quality. So we believe over the long period of time, we believe that injectables will continue to be the leading approach to treating obesity for many years to come. Can there be a segment for small molecule all GLP-1s? Probably yes, if efficacy turns out to be there and the safety is appropriate. And then it's important to say that we also have an oral GLP-1. It's marketed under the brand name Rybelsus in diabetes, and we're also looking forward to launching that at a later point in time in obesity.
But, Mr. Knudsen, so when you look at CagriSema, which is this next generation obesity treatment, what can you tell us in terms of supply? So if there is something that will, especially in the light of the IRA headwinds, how easy is the drug to manufacture, supply, and actually scale at this point?
Yeah, CagriSema is our next generation anti-obesity medication following on the back of Wegovy. We are looking forward to phase 3 results later this year, so it's coming up fairly soon, and we're expecting a step up in efficacy compared to Wegovy, hopefully setting a new standard in terms of efficacy with anti-obesity medications. And we know that we're scaling into a very large market. We also know the product characteristics, and we're working hard to scale our supply chain to meet a significant demand.
What's the GLP-1 situation looking like for 2025?
Well, the GLP-1 situation in 2025 is looking as continued scaling. And it's important to note, just to take a historic background, over the last 3 years, we have tripled the number of patients using a Novo Nordisk GLP-1. So currently, based on IQVIA data, we have more than 11 million people using a Novo Nordisk GLP-1 in terms of chronic treatment, and we have around 2/3 of the market. So we have scaled significantly over the last 3 years, and will continue to scale over the coming years also.
Mr. Knudsen, given the big political news today and the fact that Donald Trump is closer to the White House, your thoughts on the U.S. market, also the Inflation Reduction Act, and what that does to margins going forward?
Yeah, so the U.S. market is important to Novo Nordisk. It's more than 50% of our top line. We have a very big footprint, both in terms of R&D and manufacturing. So U.S. is an important market. We've been there for decades and will continue to be there for decades. And historically, we've been working both with the Democratic and Republican policymakers. So we'll continue to do that with the premise of our focus being on patients' access and affordability.
Mr. Knudsen, as always, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time. Karsten Munk-Knudsen, the Novo Nordisk Chief Financial Officer, and the share price of Novo Nordisk actually doing pretty well in today's trading session. Coming up, we'll bring you former Clinton administration advisor Morris Reed for analysis of this historic U.S. presidential election. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, you know, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference.
I will show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
My question is, who are your most trusted advisors today? Is it Ted and Todd? Is it Greg and Ajit? Is it your wife, your children? And what do you value about them? Thank you.
Well, it depends whether they're advising me on money or on other things. I trust my children and my wife totally, but that doesn't mean I ask them what stocks to buy. I was, in terms of managing money, there wasn't anybody better in the world to talk to for, many, many decades than Charlie. And that doesn't mean I didn't talk to other people. But if I didn't think I could do it myself, I wouldn't have done it. To some extent, I talk to myself on investments. I think my children have gotten a whole lot wiser over the years. And so I listen to them on a lot of things. I'll listen to my daughter on who to vote for locally because she knows a lot more about that than I do. And I'll listen to my wife on a lot of things, and I won't get into details. So it is important. I mean, you don't live a life where you surround yourself and limit yourself to people you trust. It won't be much fun. I mean, I literally have been in the position ever since I was in my 20s of being able to have people I trusted around me, and I've made mistakes occasionally, but they filter out over time. You learn. And when I found Charlie, for example, in all kinds of matters, not just investment, I knew I'd have somebody that well, I'll put it this way. You can think about this. Charlie, in all the years we worked together, not only never once lied to me, ever, but he didn't even shape things so that he told half lies or quarter lies to sort of stack the deck in the direction he wanted to go. He was
won Senator Joe Manchin's Virginia seat that he retired from, and also, of course, Bernie Moreno. He took Senator Sherrod Brown's chair, the Senate Banking Committee chair, we all know him as. He took his seat in Ohio as well. So that's all going to help Donald Trump, assuming that he does become indeed the 47th president of the United States, get things like cabinet positions filled, get perhaps more justices, more judges on courts, and so on. I do want to point out some note of caution that we are getting from Wall Street, though. TD pointing out that Wall Street is trading this as if it's a red sweep. But Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy, we know him well, he says, don't underestimate a Republican Senate's ability to hamstring even Trump. There will be a variety of Republican free agents unbeholden to Trump. He cites the likes of Senator Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, among others.
Vonnie, thank you so much. Great reporting there, of course, on the ground in the U.S. Vonnie Quinn. Now, let's also get the view from the other side of the world with Stephen Engel, Bloomberg's chief North Asia correspondent. He's joining us from a major trade show in Shanghai. Stephen, what's China's reaction to the election? What are people saying at the biggest import expo where you're at?
It is absolutely on the minds of most of the people here that I've spoken to. We are here in front of a lot of the agricultural booths from the United States representing U.S. rice, potatoes, meat, California wines, and Washington cherries. And there's mixed opinions, obviously, but surely agricultural products are in the mix, in particular if Donald Trump follows through on if he is, in fact, elected president and becomes president in January. That specter of 60% across the board tariffs on Chinese imports to the United States could have or spark another trade war. That is obviously on the minds of people here as China finds ways to retaliate against that. We might be getting ahead of ourselves, but that is the specter and the possibility that people are talking about here. I talked to Al Gabor. He is the American Chamber of Commerce Shanghai chairman. Earlier this morning, before we knew the trend of the election, he said, and I quote, U.S. businesses are resigned that tariffs seem to be the way of the future. And that was referring to whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump was going to be elected president. So tariffs are something, obviously, agricultural farmers across America are worried about and addressing right now as we are digesting in this part of the world the election. We've already seen, and I'm standing in front of the U.S. Soybean Export Council booth here at the China International Import Expo. We saw soybean futures today on the markets plummet nearly 2%, again, under this prospect of higher tariffs from the United States on Chinese products.
Stephen, thank you so much. I mean, I hear a lot of chatter even before any potential tariff policies are actually introduced. I guess traders are saying don't underestimate the impact of the effect of uncertainty on trade and markets. Bloomberg's chief North Asia correspondent Stephen Engel for us in Shanghai now. We're joined by Maurice Reed, a former advisor to President Clinton administration, now a partner at Actum, who also advises on a lot of prime ministers across the world. Maurice, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, I have many big questions on the likely path of Donald Trump, of course, to the White House. I mean, this is a pretty incredible political comeback that not many people were expecting. Why has he done so well?
Well, to quote my old boss, it's the economy's stupid. When you have the wrong track, right track numbers over 70%, and as you and I spoke in Doha, when the price of eggs, a dozen of eggs, is over $5, you're in a very, very tough position as an incumbent candidate. So he focused his message on really two things, and the one thing that really stuck was the economy. Because as I always say, and everyone that does this as a practitioner knows, the Americans, people, voters, care most about what are you going to do for them today and how are you going to make their future better for their children.
I mean, it seems that it's especially the northern industrial states known as the Blue Wall that have actually not received the message that Kamala Harris was trying to tell them.
Well, I think that they underestimated the Donald Trump appeal. They tried to do the traditional 19th century approach, where he is a very unorthodox candidate. He's a different person, a different beast. Whereas he went straight for the appeal, his personality, his machismo, his macho, I'll take care of you. The Democrats really were trying to do a nuanced thing instead of really focusing and connecting on those issues that really matter. And it's going to be clear in the exit poll. The economy is going to be 1 through 5. It's going to be the top 5 things. People care the most about how they're going to make their life better. And you'll see it right away. The president-elect or former president, whatever you want to call him at this point, will move aggressively to implement his agenda.
So what will be, top of the agenda? Again, I guess with the Senate majority, a lot of his, nominees will be easily passed through, be it if he wants a new Fed chair or his cabinet.
Mm-hmm. Sure, the Senate will be extremely friendly to him. There are a number of people that he helped elect, so I expect that they will be very friendly in pushing his agenda forward. He's going to start first with tariffs. China's going to be on the bullseye. Secondly, he's going to move aggressively on the Russia-Ukraine. I think you'll see some movement on the Israeli issue as well. But his focus will be completely on the economy first and foremost, and then he will look around the world to show that he is actually the leader that he's bragged about for so long.
Morris, what will he do for the Black and Latino and white male voter that seemed to have gotten behind his messaging?
It's very interesting. Now, this is a case where there was a lot of political rhetoric, but will he reward those people that really turned out for him? If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at Georgia, North Carolina, I think you're going to see those numbers, the numbers within the numbers, that Black men, Latino men, and working class men actually did deliver for him. So I expect that he's going to have to come up with a policy to address it. He's going to have to reach out and perhaps try to create some type of special task force around making sure that these men that really delivered for him and surprisingly delivered for him more than women again for a woman candidate. So I expect that he'll be aggressively going after them because he has, he loves to brag about this new coalition. He loves to brag about people that invest in him. So let's see what happens with this new coalition that he's pulled together.
So who does he put in his cabinet? Again, I've heard, Donald Trump the second time around is going to have more common sense the first time around. And I've also heard the complete opposite, that he's going to put loyalists that are loyal to Donald Trump and not the Constitution.
I think he's certainly going to put loyalists in. Unlike the first time he was president, he didn't know much about Washington, D.C. Now he's an experienced person. He has an experienced team around him. So I expect that he'll move quickly to assemble a task force or a cabinet committee through the transition committee to get the cabinet people moving quickly. So Lynn McMahon, the guy from Cantor Fitzgerald, Paulson, these are guys that have been mentioned. I expect one of those. My favorite is the Jamie Dimon effect. Jamie always said he didn't want a job, but the best way to get a job in Washington is to say you don't want one. So let's see if he makes any surprise choices. I don't, however, expect him to appoint a Democrat to his cabinet. I think the closest you'll get to that is he'll give Robert Kennedy Jr. some type of high-profile role.
So there's also a number of European leaders that were pretty quick, Morris, to congratulate Donald Trump as the race turned in his favor. It's not only Keir Starmer. We heard from the Ukrainian president, from the NATO chief, from Emmanuel Macron, Germany's Olaf Scholz, and of course Hungary's Viktor Orban. What are the countries that you think have the most to lose with Donald Trump in the White House? And if it's Mexico, if it's Germany that were definitely in his radar the first time around, is there anything they can do to temper that?
Well, I think the EU is certainly going to be a challenging situation, and NATO as well. What they need to do is to engage quickly. It's smart for them to reach out. If they haven't reached out personally, they should do that move as quickly as possible. Obviously, the guys in Ukraine are extremely worried, so it was smart for them to reach out. Surprisingly, I haven't heard that the president of Mexico has reached out to him. It's going to be a very challenging situation for the Mexican-U.S. relationship, particularly with some of the onshoring that the Chinese have been doing there. But clearly, Viktor Orban is a sigh of relief and smiling because he's going to be very pivotal for Europe and has a strong, close relationship with the former president.
Are you expecting big changes in Ukraine? Donald Trump has also said he would do a deal with Russia very soon. Are you expecting changes to come in quickly?
I predict that he will force them to the table. I think that Ukraine is going to have to come to the bargaining table, and they're going to have to give up some things. So they're going to have to be realistic. This is not going to be a situation where you have a president that's going to back them completely the way that Joe Biden did. So I expect the people in Ukraine are very nervous right now, and they need to figure out their negotiating stance, because I think Donald Trump will certainly be willing to give up more than perhaps the Democratic candidate would have been.
Morris, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Morris Reed, partner at Actum. Now, of course, our coverage of the U.S. election continues. In a moment, we'll go live to D.C. to our very own Mike Shepard. This is Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg. Welcome back, everyone, to our special coverage of the U.S. election. Donald Trump closing in on the presidency after battleground states have been won. He rallied supporters, and this is the electoral vote count. Trump, 267, Kamala Harris, 224. Now, for more analysis, let's bring in Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, who's staying up for us in Washington. I was going to say, Mike, you're our tireless reporter who's been up all night watching this race from the very beginning. Donald Trump is really a whisker away of getting into the White House.
Well, that's right. And we're really waiting for just one more of these battleground states to be decided in his favor so that we can say for sure whether or not he has sealed the presidency. And it really is just a matter of time. When you look at how far behind Vice President Kamala Harris is in the running counts in some of those states, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona, it is mathematically impossible for her to close that ground and retake any kind of lead from former President Trump. And you can't overstate what an extraordinary comeback this is for Mr. Trump. When we turn the clock back 4 years ago to early January 2021, as he was leaving office, the tumult that surrounded it, the insurrection on the Capitol that his supporters waged, seeking to overturn his election loss to Joe Biden, the criminal cases and impeachment that followed. And here we are. He is about to take the nation's highest office once again.
Mike, I know it's very early days. I know there are exit polls. I know we'll have to pore over exactly who voted for whom and which state. But who handed him so far the presidency? He's winning quite big, and it seems that there's particular classes of voters that really got behind Donald Trump's messaging.
Well, the former president really made a concerted pitch to male voters, including Black and Latino men across the country, and especially in the swing states, seeking to turn them out and take them away from the Democratic column, too. And it seems to have worked. And we won't know exactly how effective that was down to the, lines on the spreadsheet. But the early indications based on exit polls is that his message to them was effective. And it also tells us, according to the exit polls, that the vice president's message for her campaign wasn't breaking through, that they didn't buy her message on the economy, her promises of trying to lower housing prices by increasing supply, by trying to tackle the rising costs of everyday goods. And instead, they felt heard, in other words, by Mr. Trump in his campaign. And that seems to have paid off in dividends in all of these states. And he is on course to take perhaps all 7 of the battleground states.
Mike, you're based in Washington. You're a Washington insider. You know a lot of the names that we talk about day in, day out, of course, on this program and on Bloomberg TV. Who do you think Donald Trump puts in his cabinet?
Well, I know there are a lot of people who are dying to get back in after 4 years away. There are a handful of people we've gotten to know over the years. We could look for perhaps Michael Pompeo, his former Secretary of State, to maybe be considered for something like Secretary of Defense. Again, these are just names that are out there rather than reporting that these people are actually in line for a position. But these are people who would logically be up for something. We've also heard the former president, now on the brink of being president-elect, named Robert Kennedy Jr. as a possible cabinet member too, perhaps in a role overseeing one of the health agencies. And that would be an interesting mix given his opposition to vaccines and his skepticism about some other long-standing public health practices too.
Mike, very quickly, I mean, you made an interesting point that actually, given he has the Senate, all his confirmations are likely to go through. And do we know what Elon Musk does in a possible Trump presidency?
Well, it's a great question because Elon Musk played such a critical role in propelling the campaign in the final stages, not only with money, but through in-kind support by amplifying the former president's message on the X social media platform that he owns. And Trump has joked that he would give Musk some sort of role in his cabinet, perhaps as a czar overseeing cost-cutting across the federal government. But even if he doesn't have a formal role, he will have some sort of informal role. Donald Trump has always liked having this inner circle of trusted advisors, and Elon Musk clearly has entered that inner ring through this in-kind support he has provided to Trump over the last several months.
Mike, thanks so much. Michael Shepard there in D.C. for us, of course, our star reporter across all of the campaign. Coming up, fears of tariffs are weighing on foreign currency trades as markets are weighing a Trump presidency. We'll take a closer look at the moves. That's next. And the policies. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart the European trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in every weekday at 6 a.m. London time, only on Bloomberg Television.
I will show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
this is a choice that will pose a lot of challenges to us. We know about Trump's unpredictability. We know about his personal aversion against Germany and European integration. So it will be tough times ahead for the transatlantic relationship.
Well, that was Niels Schmidt, foreign policy spokesperson for the German Social Democrats. The dollar hitting its strongest level in a year as Donald Trump pulls ahead in the race for the White House. Joining us now, Rachel Evans, managing editor of our U.S. and EMEA FX and rates coverage. We'll also be joined by Ross Matheson very shortly. Rachel, thank you for joining us. If you look at financial markets, I mean, they're kind of on a tear. I mean, they reacted very strongly to this potential re-election. Is a Trump trade going to be short-lived?
Jury's out on that one. I think it's going to depend a lot on what the ultimate overall picture of results looks like. At the moment, we've been really seeing people, as you were saying, rushing back into that Trump trade. And that's partly because people paired their bets heading into this week. We did see kind of an easing off in kind of those bets on the dollar and bets against treasuries that are now going back into the market. But I think it's going to depend a lot on whether we see the Republicans take not just the White House, it looks like they will be doing, but also the House. And we know that they've got the Senate. So do they get that red sweep that allows kind of some of those policies that Trump has proposed, particularly around tariffs, around tax cuts, to kind of be given sort of free rein? Or is there a sort of check on that power coming from a Democrat House?
But Rachel, at the same time, I mean, I don't know if it's the bond vigilantes or there are pockets of the markets that are really worried about potential, budget deficits getting stronger and inflation.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we've seen more recently in the UK, right? When we saw the budget last week, we saw yields really kind of taking off on some of the concerns about spending. The bond vigilantes are definitely keeping a watch on different spending proposals around the world at the moment. So that's something that Trump and his administration will have to be aware of, that they may not get kind of carte blanche from the markets to actually go forth and spend as much as they perhaps want. So given we're seeing kind of that rise in yields, it will be interesting to see whether we start to see any kind of floor kind of emerge about exactly how much further treasuries can sell off.
And from the Fed, I mean, it's later tonight, we're expecting 25 basis point cuts, and then I guess it's wait and see.
Yeah, so it's tomorrow, Thursday. Yes, we've got another day, thank goodness. But yes, we are expecting to see them cut rates again. But we've been seeing investors today kind of paring back on those bets for next year because we do expect to see kind of the Federal Reserve have to keep interest rates slightly higher for longer, just in order to offset some of those more inflationary policies coming through from the political side.
We're also joined by Ross Matheson. Ross, so we're at 267 in terms of vote counts for the Electoral College for Donald Trump. If something like Michigan gets called, then he's above 270 and he's in the White House.
Well, that's right. So he's on the cusp, as you say. He's only a vote shy. And also we can see from the overall voting trend, potentially he'll get the popular vote as well. So either way, we're heading towards a pretty clear-cut victory for Donald Trump, in contrast to all those polls that we saw for weeks and months beforehand showing that it was going to be a really tight race. We're expecting this to have taken days, if not longer, potentially contested, very deadlock race. And instead what we're seeing is potentially quite a large margin of victory for Donald Trump as he heads towards the reality of a second term come January. And now really the questions are turning very quickly towards what is this going to mean to have Donald Trump in the White House again.
Roz and Rachel, thank you so much. Our coverage continues.
What legacy I would love to leave is to make sure that in my village I have infrastructure. So long when I'm gone, things are still working. Then I have done my job. And if some people get inspired through my work and then try to engage themselves for their community and create something that is inspiring for everyone, I will be happy.
What's the best piece of advice you would give to someone young who wants to make a difference actually in this world? In architecture or with something else?
Wow, I'm not the right one to just do that.
I think you are.
Yeah, but with the pressure you have, and then you try to be the good one, the fancy guy, the intellectual one, I have no advice than to believe in yourself and really work hard. You know, when I started, no one would have imagined that I will be able to see my name connected with Aga Khan or Pritzker or sitting at Bloomberg to talk about sustainability, about future of sales. No, myself 5 years ago, if you told me that, I will say no. I will never imagine. So I will encourage everyone to believe in what you're doing and not try to run after the newest of the newest. Just be consistent. Just work on things that matters for you. Really, at the long term, it pays.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
A victory for the former President Donald Trump, all but certain, after a crucial Pennsylvania win with Vice President Kamala Harris's path to 270 evaporating. The scores as it stands, 267 electoral votes for Trump, 3 shy of the 270 needed to clinch the victory. Welcome to continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Danny Berger with Manus Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz in New York. Lisa, the Trump trade's being put on in a big way.
Yeah, it's pretty much everything that everyone was expecting except on amphetamines and goose around the world. What you're seeing right now, the dollar very much front and center, surging the most, going back at one point and looking at the Bloomberg Dollar Index since 2020, March of 2020, at the highest levels in about a year. You could see the 30-year yields climbing almost 18 basis points, also the most in a year, to 4.61%. That comes ahead of a 30-year auction later. But again, this idea that Trump will potentially put on tariffs, will potentially cause inflation to be marginally higher. That is risk off for bonds. And then Bitcoin surging to record highs, $73,837. Russell 2000 futures. I just want to point this out. The fact that they're up 6%, that is the biggest surge in more than a year. They're pointing to potentially a record high. This is everything that everyone thought that it would be. Question is, how long will it take before we get some sort of resetting? What is going to stick and what isn't?
It's a move that just, for now, keeps building and building. It's the clearing event that Mike Wilson and Morgan Stanley talked about. And it's also gone global too, Manus. Risk everywhere is being bid.
Yeah, and I think you see that through the FX prism. It depends which capital you actually waking up in this morning. Is it in Kyiv? Is it Putin in Russia? Is it Zelensky? Is it the trade currencies that are most at risk? Is it the yuan and the euro? That's where the ground zero is, because you look at the history of Trump 1 and then reflect on what Trump 2 might mean in terms of tariffs. We saw Europe with 25% on steel, they 10% on aluminium. So you are seeing this pressure. That was, of course, back in 2018. So what is Trump 2 in terms of tariffs? How big could they be? 10, 20%, 60% on China? You know, Trump 2, For one thing, it's going to be more demonstrative than Trump won, and then you look at China. The risk is this, of course, you see moves in the yuan. What is it that breaks on the yuan? What could bring intervention into some of these markets? We've already heard it from some of the Indonesian central bank talking about this. Yuan is ground zero for tariff risk. Euro also reflected in that. And I think, Danny, the musculature of the dollar is just reflected. The EM currencies are under pressure. So we are on intervention watch as well.
Yeah, that dollar-mex trade really, really painful. Let's just go over the state of play as it stands at the moment. The two swing states of Georgia and Pennsylvania, both of them going to Donald Trump. We still await 4 other battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. Trump only needs one of them to win. The Senate, in the meantime, that gets called early for the GOP. But Lisa, in terms of waiting for a result, it's not the presidency that is taking days, it seems. It is the House that could take days.
The big question right now, is this a red sweep? Is this a Donald Trump victory as well as potentially Senate control, or is it the whole shebang, right? And essentially there are 22 races that are in contested areas for the House that still have yet to be called. This was as of about a half an hour ago. Really, we've only heard about 3 of them really having a presumed winner. Here's the issue, and really the notes are flooding in from a number of different people. Michael Zizas of Morgan Stanley saying that united versus divided government is the key to the deficit debate. If you end up with divided government, that could potentially temper some of the rise that we've seen in yields. If not, corporate credit Goldilocks is at risk, and so too is this idea that bonds will eventually get bid up because it could be too much of a good thing, and you could get the no-landing reacceleration that some people are thinking about.
Yeah, I know JP Morgan's level for the 10-year, should we get the sweep, is 4.6. We're not too far away from that at that moment at 4.42. Let's get some more of the details of how things have been shaping up over the past 12 hours. Kate Ackley of Bloomberg Government joins us now from Washington. So, Kate, any of that outperformance that people were expecting from Harris, it did not materialize.
It doesn't look like it. I mean, it looks like Donald Trump is poised to have a second administration. And we're also, the Senate was more predictable. This was sort of what the polls were indicating, that the Senate would go for Republicans. We still don't know what the margin will look like, though, because we're still waiting on some of these key Senate races to be called, although they'll likely be called here pretty shortly. The House is another matter. As you mentioned, there are, couple dozen races that are still too close to be called, and that will determine, does the Republican Party hold all 3 of these key levers of power, the House, the White House, and the Senate, in the next Congress, or will there be a Democratic House that sort of impedes the Republican agenda to some extent?
And therein lies the point for the markets this morning. Kate, good morning to you, which is the checks and balances. If the House does not flip, there's going to be a lot of horse trading over the tax promises that were made by Trump to the nation on this campaign.
Right, and we know that tax policy is just going to be a huge debate in the next Congress in the new year after the new president is sworn in, because there's a whole bunch of these, going back to the 2017 first Trump administration tax law. A lot of those are expiring. A lot of those provisions are set to expire. And so we know that's going to be front and center on the agenda. If there is a Republican House, Senate, and White House, that tax overhaul debate is likely to look a lot different than if there is a Democratic House. So then you would see, maybe do they just, extend the current, tax, the 2017 tax breaks, and just extend them for a period of time, or do they get sort of, does Trump sort of become a deal maker in some way if he does have to deal with a divided government? All stuff that we'll be watching for.
One thing that I find fascinating is just the composition and what we've gotten so far. Danny, to me, the fact that the GOP defeated banking chairman Sherrod Brown in Ohio. This raises a question about deregulation, especially at a time where you see banks absolutely flying on the verdict that we've gotten so far.
Well, you get both deregulation and higher yields helping banks. Lori Calvasine of RBC basically made all of her strategists put together a note and say, what is the biggest risk? What is the biggest thing you're looking for in a Trump? Nearly every single one of them said deregulation and said banks. But on the campaign trail, nothing was said about the banking sector. So this is a case of the market really running with a narrative.
Then this is where the argument comes in, which is the banks had already flown higher on the third quarter results. You had the NIMs driving the banks rather than the deregulation. This is cherry on the top in terms of the propulsion of the banks upwards this morning. Just look at some of them, 5% on JP Morgan. You're looking even at the regional banks as well. So this is about what happens with Basel III, the end game, and this happens what happens with regulation.
So, Kay, just quickly here, how much control already does Donald Trump have to get his agenda through, given the fact he does have the Senate that will have a lot to do with confirmations, a lot of potentially any appointees? How much does he need that majority in the House?
Well, I mean, the House could stop, the House, if the Democrats have the House, that would be the sort of stopping block for a Trump agenda. So he would have to reach across the aisle. It's likely to be a very, very tight margin, whichever party controls the House. But, in the House, the majority rules. And if it is Democrats, that would be a stopping block for the Trump agenda to that extent.
Okay, Kate, we'll check in with you through the morning. That is Kate Ackley there of Bloomberg Government. 10-year is propelling higher this morning. Just take a look at it. We're off the highs of the day, but the question is, of course, the path to the presidency is clear. The Senate is clear. The House remains in question. Derek Halpenny joins us now. Derek, you make this point very, very clearly, which is we have this speed of this clarity that we didn't think that we would have, but it is about checking the rise in the yield if they don't get the House. On a red sweep, so just talk us through the scenarios. That right now, the bond market's topping out. If the House stays with the Democrats, do yields cap out at this level?
Yeah, certainly I think, the primary policy expectation of a Trump clean sweep for the Republicans would, of course, be the fiscal policy and tax cuts. And that essentially goes away. So from a 10-year yield perspective, that certainly is maybe a 10 or 15 basis point differential. So what we were assuming on a clean sweep would be a 10-year yield jump today of potentially 25 basis points. So, yeah, for sure, if the Democrats win the House, it's a game changer in terms of expectations on debt and deficits going forward.
Well, the other narrative is, of course, we kicked off this show talking about the tariffs, talking about the risk around the world. And the ground zero is in the dollar, the musculature of the dollar, but perhaps the pressure that we're seeing in the euro and in the yuan. Again, it's the same kind of question to you, which is tariffs are something which sit within the White House much more so than within Congress. So the musculature of the dollar, you still think that we can propel higher here on the yuan, higher here against the euro? We've yet to understand the size and scale of the tariff narrative.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from a tariff perspective, I think this administration is going to be different to 2016. In 2016, he waited. He focused on tax first. Obviously, if the Democrats win the House, well, then for sure the tax focus goes away. But even if the Republicans win the House, I think he's going to act pretty quickly on tariffs. We've heard that in communications, indeed, with the Bloomberg interview that we had, where he spoke about, the beautiful word of tariff. So I think he's going to act quickly. The question is it in one big swoop to the levels that he has spoken about, in particular for China, at 60%? I think not, but he will act. He will implement tariffs, possibly 10% across the board, and then threaten and verbalize his plan to do more. And therefore, I think the FX markets price in quite quickly the idea of the full tariff agenda being implemented. And of course, winning the majority, the popular vote, and this pretty strong mandate, he is going to be very, very convinced on implementing his policies going forward.
And Derek, perhaps that's what we're seeing, if I can
from
jump in, that's what we're seeing in currencies, which you were just saying as I jumped in. But elsewhere, you have risk ripping, you have small caps rallying some 6%, you have bond yields pushing higher. When you sort through the moves that we've had overnight, what to you looks logical, and what do you think has gone too far?
Yeah, it's interesting, like if you look, for example, in the G10 space, Aussie's outperforming the rest of G10. The dollar's up across the board, of course, but Aussie's outperforming. Kiwi is outperforming, and then the pound is the third best performing currency. There's a logic there, perhaps, in that we've had some announcements over the last 24 hours from China, where they're talking about having substantial capacity for fiscal stimulus. So the idea here is that China is ready and waiting to counter what potentially is going to happen on the trade side by boosting domestic demand. And that ultimately could be a positive for Aussie and for Kiwi. And then, of course, if you look at the UK, direct exports to the US, 2/3 of those exports from the UK are services. Only 1/3 is goods. So relative to Europe and elsewhere, you could argue that the pound and the UK is better positioned to deal with a goods tariff war relative to some of the others in G10.
Okay, Derek, thank you so much. That is Derek Halpenny of MUFG. And Lisa, again, it looks like ground zero for some of the currency pain might be dollar MEX out down 2.8%. But you do just see this currency volatility dropping across the board because we have a certain result.
So George Cervelis of Deutsche Bank came out with this. We move our year-end euro-dollar forecast down to 105. That's not such a far cry if you take a look at what's happening today. I believe right now it's at 107, massive move. Even without control of Congress, a Trump victory would be decidedly dollar bullish via the impact of tariffs. One thing I find notable in all of the notes that are coming across Wall Street right now, there is a sense of a competing question. Is it tariffs? Is it immigration? Which is going to really drive things? You have TD Securities really honing in on what could happen with immigration, talking about the potential for slower growth and higher inflation. People are going to be sussing this out for a long time to come.
Well, it's going to take time to understand exactly what the policy is. As Derek just said, he thinks it's going to be a straight blanket 10% and then ratchet after that. We know that Trump has history on this, which is saying one thing and executing another, and perhaps stepping back if the markets react viciously. The question is, how much more impact will this have on China if you go for 10%, if you go for 50%? The risk is this: UBS have it in as if they go for 60% tariff on all of Chinese imports, you're looking at growth dropping by over 50%. And this is what it forces the Chinese to do more stimulus in their own backyard, and that is more fiscal support, and that is the kind of counterbalance to the argument.
Again, I go back to the fact, though, that Mexico is perhaps more vulnerable. They are closer to an American trade partner than China is, not to mention all of these companies who just moved their international supply chains to Mexico to try to prevent this very thing from happening.
So the theory right now is just that China is filtering products through Mexico, and that is the fear. We'll have to see how this works out. There's a lot of time before inauguration, and I'm sure we'll get some more color about what the willingness is.
That is perhaps the understatement of the century. We definitely have more to comb through. We'll get more into the politics next on your Election 2024 coverage.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
It's your continuing coverage of the election 2024. Danny Berger with Manus Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz in New York. The risk is bid this morning, and it has been for much of the past few hours. Just look at Russell 2000 futures, a great encapsulation of the Trump trade, up 6.3%, rallying to the highest since November of 2021. Meanwhile, bond yields higher across the curve, but it is a bear steepening. We are witnessing 30-year yields up 18 basis points. We get $25 billion on auction today, Manus, of those 30 years.
Yeah, just what is the tipping point and when does the bond market choke in terms of the fiscal policy? This is all to play for. Let's dig a little bit more into the results. We have our Bloomberg senior editor, Joe Sobchak, now in Washington. We know the Senate. We're waiting on Congress. I think the latest is only 3 of the 22 battleground calls have been made. So when are we going to know the rest of these? And is this going to take a considerable length of time?
Well, it could take some time because California will be sort of the tipping point. There were several competitive races there that will be decisive in who will have the majority in the House. Historically, California has taken some time, up to a week, to get all their votes counted. Given how big the state is, and that will be only exacerbated by the fact that a lot of these races are very close. However, I would point out that there were a lot of predictions that the presidential race would not be known for some time, so we may yet get a bit of a surprise here.
Joe, how much are you watching with respect to only 3 of the 22 up for grabs House seats that have been called so far? Which are the next that you're looking for tea leaves about whether it is a true red sweep?
Well, I think there are a few outstanding in the Midwest, but again, it's going to be the California races that there are Republicans who are running in districts that Joe Biden won in 2020. So that will be the decisive points for the election. And I think that these are Republican incumbents who are being challenged by Democrats for the most part.
Joe, making a generalization, but for the most part, Trump outperformed in many areas. How much do we understand that also trickled down into down ballot races for the GOP?
Well, you know, it is interesting. He did outperform expectations and his 2016 and 2020 and some 2016 as well. But there has been a bit of ticket splitting going on, as we're seeing in Arizona with Ruben Gallego looking to be victorious, even though Trump is leading in the state. But it certainly helped unseat Sherrod Brown in Ohio. That was going to be an uphill climb anyway, but he had defied gravity previously in a very Republican state. And we are seeing some of the House races in New York that were expected to flip did not. The Democrats did gain a few there, but not nearly as many as they had expected.
Joe, thank you very much for that update. That is Joe Sobchak in Washington, D.C. Coming up, leaders from around the world congratulate former President Trump as he inches closer to a victory. We'll have the details for you next.
in case you missed it, on Bloomberg Technology.
We are very focused on playing one game and one game only, and that is being free, frictionless entertainment for consumers. But what I will say is we are doubling down on the strategy. We believe it's working. We think the tailwind's in our favor, and it's on us to continue to deliver.
Whenever you're doing something innovative that hasn't been done before, there's a lot of trial and error and iteration. It just always has these zigs and zags along the way, and I think where we've been successful is really being reactive.
Hollywood is the history of technology. Like, we are here because of a technological breakthrough, right? And so we sometimes forget that art and technology kind of like come together always. And for us, it's like demystifying a little bit the technology. Again, if you understand AI as a tool for humans, then it changes the narrative. And it's less about fearing it and more about embracing it.
Don't miss Bloomberg Technology, live every weekday.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Danny Berger alongside Manus Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz in New York. Let's get you some front page news, a look at what's making headlines around the world. And we start with the BBC. Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that he looks forward to working with Donald Trump. Starmer says that the UK-US special relationship will continue to prosper on both sides. Lisa.
Yeah, next up, let's take a look at what's going on in Israel. Next up, in the Jerusalem Post, Benjamin Netanyahu calling Donald Trump's election victory, quote, history's greatest comeback. He says it is a new beginning for America. And Manus, it is a recommitment to the alliance between Israel and the U.S. A lot of people wondering what this means for that relationship.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are questioning what it means for a number of hot conflicts around the world. Bloomberg leads with Bitcoin, jumping to a record high as Trump heads to victory. Investors expect friendlier U.S. crypto rules under his administration. Bitcoin is viewed by many as the so-called Trump trade. Will there be a strategic fund for Bitcoin? That's the question that goes through everybody's
I have to say,
mind.
Bitcoin really closely all night tracked what the betting markets were doing. And it got it right this time.
Yeah, well, here's the issue, that basically this is a presidential candidate and now potentially or likely president who talked about the United States as the crypto capital of the planet and deregulating this industry. He raised a lot of money from them, so a lot of people focusing on just how much higher it could potentially go.
Yeah, one of the cleanest trades really for Trump and trying to price that out. Okay, coming up, we're going to break down some more of this market reaction. We're going to be speaking to State Street's Marvin Lowe as risk assets, well bid, and bonds are sold.
Institutions you've been very philanthropic with is your alma mater, Harvard. But recently, you've been very public about your criticism of the way Harvard handled the events of October 7th and their aftermath. Could you talk about that now?
The first reaction of a group of 34 Harvard student clubs on the morning after October 7th was to put out a statement saying that Israel was 100% responsible for the acts of Hamas. And my view on that was, that's ridiculous. You can come out and say, look, I'm very unhappy about Israel's treatment of Palestinians in the West Bank, or you can say, we can talk about the Gaza Strip, but you can't support terrorists, and particularly terrorists that rape and pillage and murder and burn and take hostages. Well, I got actually a text from a CEO in my industry. He's like, Bill, you know the people at Harvard. I'd like to know who the students are behind these clubs so I make sure I don't inadvertently hire them. And so I tweeted out that sort of made that point and caused a bit of a firestorm, and I got a lot of pushback. Why are you picking on students? And I said, look, you can't hide behind a corporate entity if you're going to support terrorism.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live every trading day. Balance of Power live around the world every weekday, only on Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
From our global headquarters in New York, welcome to continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Danny Berger with Manus Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz. So President Trump all but clinching the victory. 267 electoral votes, 3 shy of 270. We heard from the former President Trump basically declaring victory. We have yet to hear from Harris, but this market, Lisa, happy to trade in the Trump presidency.
Well, and basically it's been building all night, and the Trump trades are pretty much what we expected them to be. Take a look at that dollar. The Bloomberg U.S. dollar index surging the most at one point since March 2020 at the height of the pandemic, up 1.3%, surging versus the euro, surging versus the yen, surging versus the Mexican peso. Yields also climbing 18 basis points, the 30-year yield 4.6%. How much do we see this continue at a time that people are really wondering about the 1-2 punch of tariffs and then potentially immigration and what that means to potential growth and inflation? Bitcoin, the proxy, as you were saying, surging to a record high of 73,557. This might be the crypto capital of the world, according to Donald Trump, and Russell 2000 futures rising almost 6% to a new record high. If you take a look at what's going on with specific names, there is one in focus. It is Tesla. It is ripping. It is tearing up the screen, up more than 12%, up now almost 15%, as Elon Musk likely will have a main seat in the White House, at least as an advisor to President Trump. And then if you take a look at the bank stocks, wow. If you take a look at the big banks, they're doing great. If you look at the smaller banks, they're doing even better. JP Morgan, Bank of America, both up 6 to 7 to 8%, and then Citizens and Regions both up more than 8%, nearly 9%. Danny, this is everything that people thought would come to fruition. The question is how long it will last.
Because it's everything people thought would come to fruition, which means that they front run a lot of these moves. Heading into today, a lot of these things were already bid, and they're being bid even more, which begs the question, can it really last?
Well, especially given the fact that Stuart Kaiser of Citi basically says this equity rally, this risk rally will work unless there is one potential risk, or two, but this is the main one, a further surge in bond term premium. That could curtail some of the risk appetite. We've heard that from Priya Misra over at JP Morgan as well. That's what people are looking for. When does this hit a tipping point where suddenly people say the risk reward is becoming uneven across markets?
Well, already for international markets, a stronger dollar is already a problem, Manus.
Look, it depends which capital of the world that you're waking up in this morning. From a security point of view, you're waking up. We have a redhead. It is called, let's interrupt ourselves. It's official. Donald Trump has been elected President of the United States. Multiple networks are calling this. He has taken over 270 in the Electoral College. That is the breaking news headline. Donald Trump is the President of the United States of America 2024. for.
Yeah, we were expecting this, just to give you a sense, just to repeat the comments that he had last night when he did, or this morning, early this morning, at his headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. We are going to help our country heal. We have yet to hear from Kamala Harris, Danny, and that, I think, is one key question as we go forward.
It also did not take too long before these results started running in that Kamala Harris said, "I will not be speaking tonight." It was two vastly different moods of celebrating in the Trump camp. And again, it was a market that Manis really was willing to price that in early, and it paid off.
Look, he talks about reinstating the golden age of America, make America great again, fix our borders for every citizen. It was a speech of breadth. I mean, it was a speech for everybody. He praised the MAGA movement as well. So it was a very, very extensive, broad-ranging West Palm Beach. But let's get to Trump headquarters now. Tyler Kendall is standing by in West Palm Beach in Florida. So we heard from the now president, the next president of the United States of America, a little bit earlier. The question is how much more emboldened he might become. They have the Senate. We wait to hear about the House. But the reaction in Palm Beach tonight, Tyler.
Yeah, hey, Manis. So I was here earlier at the Palm Beach Convention Center where now President-elect Donald Trump declared victory. You noted some of his comments at the top there. He told his supporters that he is leading the, quote, greatest political movement of all time. He then ended his comments with a bid seeking unity, urging Americans to get past their disagreements. However, he did do kind of his signature, what he calls the weave, hitting multiple issues. Notably, didn't hit too much on the economy, which we do know is the #1 issues for voters this election cycle. His vice presidential candidate, now vice presidential-elect J.D. Vance, did join him on stage. He did end his remarks with the economy. You also said it there when we are talking about what a future Trump presidency looks like. He can't do any of his agenda without buy-in from Congress. That is why it is so critical that Republicans were able to flip the Senate last night. The House still too close to call. However, we do know that House Speaker Mike Johnson is still here in Palm Beach. He touched down late last night, coming in from Louisiana when the votes started to come in. And we know he's spending his days making inroads with the Trump campaign.
Tyler, it was an outperformance by Trump in many regards. And early, a couple hours ago, shall we say, early in the morning hours, you get the swing states starting to move to Trump too, Pennsylvania being one of the more noted ones. When we look back at this campaign in the period, how will we reflect on the polls and the results we got?
Yeah, exactly, Danny. So Pennsylvania in particular, right? We saw Vice President Kamala Harris focus her entire last day before Election Day. Their former now President-elect, I have to get used to saying that, President-elect Donald Trump doing 2 stops there before Election Day. But our Bloomberg News Morning Consult polling repeatedly told us that the economy would be a motivating factor for voters. And if I can, I just want to pull from some of the exit polls that we trust, finding that 48% of those surveyed on Election Day today were concerned about the cost of gas, 51% concerned about the cost of housing. When our Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll consistently told us that former President-elect Donald Trump was polling better when it came to voter confidence on the economy compared to Kamala Harris, those were the types of statistics that we know that the Trump campaign was trying to capitalize on and might give us some insights into what ultimately propelled him, particularly in these battleground states. There's a Bloomberg analysis looking at kind of an uneven recovery when it comes to post-pandemic economies in these battleground states and how that could have played a role in how those voters were resonating the 2 different messages from the campaigns.
Tyler, there's also a demographics question here. There's been a huge divide between men and women, with men disproportionately voting for Donald Trump and women disproportionately voting for Kamala Harris. You've seen Donald Trump pick up some votes with people of color in a number of different places, particularly men. Do we have any sense, and I realize it's still early days, but do we have any sense of how that broke down in terms of turnout, in terms of any shifts for now President-elect Donald Trump?
Right. Well, Lisa, we do know that since we were expecting such a big gender divide, that the Trump campaign was really trying to target these young male voters, which actually normally turn out at lower propensities. They're less likely to vote, partly because our polling shows us that they are more weary of the institutions that they are being asked to participate in. But we really saw the Trump campaign go in all in on them. For example, going on podcasts, clinching that last-minute endorsement from Joe Rogan, sort of bids like that to try to bring them into his campaign. It does remain to be seen as we start to get these results in where those final gender divides and gaps land. But we do know that this was one area in particular that the Trump campaign was trying to harness, and it appears it helped him out.
Tyler, appreciate it. That is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall reporting live from the Trump campaign headquarters. Again, to reiterate, Trump has surpassed 270 of electoral votes, the necessary number he needs to win. The battleground state that tipped him over the edge, multiple outlets just calling Wisconsin in Trump's favor. This is an outcome that had been expected ever since Trump overtook Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania, and it is a market reaction, Manis, that is not moving that much after it already was, because this is what we expected.
I think such a great deal has already been placed into this market, into the dollar, but the consensus is from everybody on the IB and who we've spoken to is that there's still more to go in this dollar trade. And if you think about it, this is going to be one of the oldest presidents elected. I mean, this is not his first rodeo, so he's much more familiar with the construct of Washington. He has Elon Musk, he's got various people around him. Of course, he's got Supreme Court, a level of immunity perhaps that you know, is a new facet to this as well. He's better equipped, and it's a question of who he surrounds himself in this cabinet. Who's going to advise him on the scale of tariffs, of the pace of tariffs? Who's going to advise him in terms of how to govern for this next 4 years of the United States of America?
And there's also the key question, is this a true red sweep? Yeah. Or is this just going to be Senate and a presidency, but then we're going to also get the House turning Democrat? There still are, I believe, 19 races that are too close to call in the House that will make the difference about whether or not it is a divided government.
Again, it is a market, though, that is not waiting for that. We are pricing in something close to a red sweep. And on that note, let's bring in Marvin Lowe, Senior Global Macro Strategist at State Street, joining us now. Marvin, these moves are serious. At the moment, you have something like a 16 basis point move higher in the 10-year yield, small caps up nearly 6.5%. What to you looks like it might stick, and what looks overdone?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this can stick, to be honest with you. You know, we've been talking about this Trump trade for a while, but the fairly aggressive market reaction shows that investors, while they've been talking about it a lot, didn't know what to put on, and now they know what to put on. So, you know, I think that we're going to unpack the winners and losers in all of this. So I think a lot of this is going to stick. I think the question a lot of us are going to be asking this morning is which ones potentially have either a lot more to move or really doesn't yet reflect the type of administration and the policies of administration, which could be even more significant if we get a red sweep. You know, I think that there's still that part of the equation, which is very, very important.
Well, as Ed Yardeni told Lisa and the rest of the surveillance team, the bond vigilantes are coming out. But Marvin, can this government be moved by the bond market if at the same time we have a day like today where risk is rallying and the equity market looks strong?
Yeah, I mean, there is a level of yields which is going to crack a lot of the other risk assets. You know, clearly we're not there yet now. Term premium is something that I've talked about with all of you actually over the course of the last several quarters. And if we kind of just look at what potentially might be expensive, you know, we know stocks are expensive by historical standards. We know credit spreads are expensive by historical standards. What we also know is that yields are not anywhere near some of the analogs that we're talking about. We had term premiums that were higher than where they were when the bond market had troubles back in 2023. So, you know, there's scope for further bear steepening, which will get to a point that risk assets pay more attention to.
So that's the point that I think a lot of people are wondering about, Marvin, and I'm glad that you brought that up. We're looking right now at real yields of about north of 2%. And what is that tipping point? The fact that we haven't seen any tipping point, that it's quite the opposite this morning, what does that tell you?
You know what? We have an economy that is giving us a lot of comfort in terms of, really navigating through some of the worst of these recession discussions. I will point out, however, Lisa, that, when we were talking about term premiums, back in October of 23 or so, when the Treasury rearranged their issuance schedule because term premiums got 25 to 30 basis points above where they are now, that's when the market really started to pay attention. I would use all of these markers, if you will, as potential stress points in thinking through this, because we're all just figuring this out. We're really entering a period of both political and economic orthodoxy that is very, very hard to put into the economic models, because some of the discussions are things that we really haven't seen.
Marvin, there's a real question about what we're pricing in this morning as well. Is this just Trump plus Senate, or is this truly a red sweep that's already getting baked into yields?
I think it's just Trump plus Senate, to be honest with you. There is a lot more, I think, economic fragility that we need to talk about with the red sweep, just because the timing of whether or not tariffs come early and how long that might, how growth might get affected both in the short term versus the more intermediate term. All of that does come into play much more so in a red sweep.
So not to interrupt the euphoria of the equity market, or perhaps the misery of the bond market, but we have a Fed decision, Marvin, and the market has already begun to reprice less cuts, 100 basis points in terms of cuts. The boomerang that you get with this Trump administration, many people say, is inflation. How much more difficult and how much more capacity does the Fed really have to cut into 2025 facing a Trump presidency?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Think about how much that changed since Jay Powell met with us 6 weeks ago, when the market was saying that the Fed was going to be able to cut well below 3%, and now we're pretty much pricing 100 basis points of cuts throughout the end of the cycle, and it just really began. So inflation, I do view a lot of these tariff and immigration discussions as inflationary. That's pretty much priced into a lot of the markets at this point. But if we talk about mass deportations and the effect that might have on the labor market, the effect that a labor market which already is still trying to kind of get back to more even keel, there's scope to think that neutral rate is still potentially higher. In other words, less cuts than what the market is saying at this point. It's moved fairly extremely. I think it's probably fair for the discussion at this point. But those first 100 days are going to really create a scope for the Fed to think about what it could do. As far as tomorrow is concerned, the Fed still believes they're restrictive. It's going to be carry on. They really can't set policy on a fiscal situation that they don't know yet. So we're going to get that 25. We're going to get conversations that they're data dependent, which is ultimately what they've said. But really, once they sharpen the pencils, once they understand what the inflation response is going to be, that's when they really think about, do I actually have the 150, 175 basis points that I think I could do, which is what they were saying in September.
Certainly a fog heading into 2025. Marvin, thank you so much. State Street's Marvin Lowe, thanks for joining us this morning. Just to recap, Donald Trump has now secured a total of 277 electoral college votes. That puts him over the edge to become the 47th president of the United States. He's won most of the battleground states at this point: Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, 2nd District of Maine, Pennsylvania, and now Wisconsin. We still await Arizona, Michigan, and Nevada, with Trump leading in all of those. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
I will show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
Cap over time.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
This is continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Manus Granny, Danny Berg alongside me, Lisa Abramovich in New York. Well, Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States in a political comeback. Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson joins us now from Washington. I look at the exit polls and I say to myself, 45% of the voters out there felt they were financially worse off. He picked up more Black and Latino voters despite everything that's happened on this campaign trail. What is it on their messaging and their operation that you think worked better than the Democrats?
I think he focused on the economy and immigration relentlessly. Even when he went on, Donald Trump, even when he went on his long rambling rallies talking about electrocution and sharks and silly things like that, he blamed the economy on the post-COVID economy, on Joe Biden and then on Kamala Harris, relentlessly. He blamed immigration on the two of them relentlessly. And the Democrats' message, while they did talk about the economy to a certain extent, Kamala Harris rarely talked about immigration except to say she would sign the bill that Donald Trump had killed last year in Congress. And she talked about what an awful person she believed Trump was. She called him the fascist after his former chief of staff did. And that message has now proven over two presidential cycles, that message, Donald Trump is awful, doesn't work. You have to give voters a plan to vote for. Donald Trump did that, and I'm not sure that Kamala Harris successfully didn't do that.
Wendy, a lot of people were saying that a lot of this came down to turnout, and a lot of this came down to, in particular, the gender divide. And I keep going back to that. I'm looking right now at exit polls from NBC News talking about men 44% voting for Kamala Harris and 54% voting for Donald Trump. Is there any sign or any evidence that there was a stronger male turnout after traditionally flagging, particularly behind women?
Yes, I think there was. I think his message, to young men, to Latinos, to Black voters was successful again because he talked about the economy. And Lisa, one of the things that just blew my socks off, surprise, was that even in states where abortion rights referenda succeeded, Donald Trump still won. So we were all expecting that any place where there was an abortion rights referenda that expanded abortion rights for women, that would carry Kamala Harris across the finish line in those states. In Arizona, it did not. And in other states, it's not happening that way either. And so, you know, and Donald Trump also fared better in the suburbs than we expected him to fare. And that may be that there were conservative women who decided to vote for Donald Trump anyway. But he also outperformed Democrats with Latino voters. And that's another thing I believe Democrats will be studying as they gaze at their navels after this and figure out what the heck happened, which is that Donald Trump captured about 45% of the Latino vote, which is, he was up 10 points with Latino voters this time. Biden was up 23 points with Latino voters, and Hillary Clinton was up 31 points with Latino voters. So Democrats are losing the Latino vote, and I think it's, again, because they're not focusing on the economy, which is important to every voter, regardless of their ancestors' country of origin.
A real postmortem to come. Wendy, we appreciate it. That's Wendy Benjaminson in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
Is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching The Close.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
This is continuing coverage of election 2024. Donald Trump declared the winner and it will be the next president of the United States. Lisa, this market is moving. Small caps up 6.5%, 10-year up 16 basis points. Marvin Lowe of State Street saying not only will much of the stick, it could go further if there's a red sweep.
Which raises some real questions for the bond market. I'm looking right now at 30-year yields up almost 20 basis points with an auction coming at 1 p.m. How much further does that have to go?
Ground zero is the euro and the yuan. If you look at it from the global perspective, what kind of tariffs will be brought to bear? Is it going to be a blanket 10% and then see it from there? And what will the Chinese have to do to retaliate? That's it from the coverage today in New York.
recent years, you created an institute, the Jane Goodall Institute, and what is that designed to do?
Well, that was started in 1977 when by then I had a little research station and 4 of my students were kidnapped and everything shut down. And so some friends of mine said, well, let's start an institute so that this research can carry on. Bless them. So that was 1977, and it was set up to study, conserve chimpanzees and other animals and educate. And it's developed since then. So it's, you know, we've got 27 Jane Goodall Institutes around the world. And then I realized at some point that the African people living in and around chimpanzee habitats right across Africa were struggling to survive. There was crippling poverty, lack of health and education, moving deeper into the forest, being exposed to diseases like Ebola and HIV from the chimpanzees and vice versa. It hit me. If we don't help these people to find ways of making a living without destroying their environment, conservation won't work.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, where we have a speaker on around the studio, so we're going to have to turn that off, and hopefully someone can run into the studio and turn off said speaker, because Lisa, you and I are going to hear some strange words going back and forth around the studio all morning.
Yeah, which is probably the way people are feeling right now in markets, because what we're seeing is a complete reset with the Trump trade really taking hold. And that's what I can say is really the main question right now. Are we pricing in simply Donald Trump winning the White House as well as Senate with Republican control, or are we actually pricing in a red sweep with Treasury yields in the 30-year bond up 20 basis points?
I think there's some people here that still haven't gone home from like yesterday morning. Should we start the show again? I think we can start the show again. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. Bloomberg surveillance starts right now. Before sunrise on the East Coast, Donald Trump declared president-elect, and we've got some big moves in financial markets worldwide. Equity futures on the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. The move in small caps absolutely stunning, up by 6.5. In the bond market, check this out. It started at 7:30 Eastern time yesterday evening. Yields higher by 17 basis points on 10s, on 30s, up by 20. And in foreign exchange, once you see a move like that, Anne-Marie, you know what's happening in foreign exchange. The dollar, a whole lot stronger.
So everyone's pricing in, obviously Trump won this presidential race. Whether you like him or not, this is the greatest political comeback we have seen in our lifetime. There's only one other president historically who's done this, and it's Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. But to Lisa's point, what is likely also being priced in, we know the GOP now has control of the Senate. We're still waiting to see how big that majority is going to be, but they already have control. Now we're just waiting on the House. Whether or not the House remains Republican, Donald Trump will be going in as the 47th president, basically, potentially, with a mandate. So all those election campaigns and slogans and promises, some of them may actually come to fruition, and that is what you're seeing playing out in the financial markets.
It's clear a lot of people were up all night. It's clear that a lot of people were at their trading desks, and whether it's speaker issues, whether it's trading desk issues, we've gotten a bunch of notes out of a number of different Wall Street desks. One of them, George Saravelis of Deutsche Bank, now saying he expects euro-dollar of 105. Stuart Kaiser of Citi, and this I think is really interesting, saying there are two key risks to this euphoria that we're seeing in equity markets. The first one is a further surge in bond term premium. At what point does the sell-off that we're seeing in bonds, John, end up curtailing some of the euphoria that we're seeing everywhere else?
So Chris Verona Strategist wrote in a little bit earlier this morning and said to me, I'm a buyer of bonds this morning. You can quote me on that one. So I just did. He's a buyer of bonds this morning.
We heard a similar note from Peter Scheer of Academy Securities, who I know is on with you guys about an hour ago. And really what he basically said, not sure treasuries are screaming buy, but I don't think Trump will be as bad for deficits, at least not initially. as is getting priced in. Now comes the game of who is coming in, what the personnel are going to be, and what the composition is of House, where we now have still, I believe, 19 toss-up races that have yet to be called.
So if you are just tuning in, welcome to the program. We begin with our top story. Donald Trump heading back to the White House.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
Donald Trump securing the necessary 270 Electoral College votes to return to the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris staying silent overnight, expected to speak later on today. Our team coverage starts right now with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in West Palm Beach and Akayla Gardner in Washington. Tyler, you've been up all night. I imagine some of the Trump campaign have been up all night as well. Walk us through the mood.
Yeah, good morning, John. I was there at the Palm Beach Convention Center where now President-elect Donald Trump made those remarks that you just played, saying things, as you heard, that he is leading the, quote, greatest political movement of all time, and also in a bid to try to bring some unity, urging Americans to get past their disagreements. But I also want to pull on something that his vice presidential candidate, now-elect J.D. Vance, said, because he ended his comments on the economy. I know that we've been repeatedly talking about it this week leading up to Election Day, since it was the #1 issue for voters. But if I could just pull on some of the exit polling that we trust, that shows that 48% of those surveyed yesterday on Election Day say that they were concerned about the prices of gas. 51% saying they are concerned about the prices of housing. When we then pair that with our Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll, which has repeatedly shown now President-elect Donald Trump leading Vice President Kamala Harris when it comes to voter confidence on handling the economy, that can give us some insight into what propelled him in some of these critical battleground states like Wisconsin, which just landed in the last hour or so. Now, you alluded to it at the top. Another critical thing for now President-elect Donald Trump last night was that Republicans flipped the Senate. No matter what type of agenda, economic or otherwise, a president in a new administration needs to work with Congress to get his legislation through. John, we should note that the House is still too close to call. However, we do know that House Speaker Mike Johnson flew from Louisiana, was there on stage with him last night here in Palm Beach, and he's spending the day here working with the Trump team.
Kayla, it was a bruising defeat for the Democratic Party last night, and potentially can get even worse when we get more of these states being called in terms of the down ballot races. What are we expecting to hear today from the vice president?
Yeah, well, the Harris campaign has been pretty quiet yesterday and this morning. We know that Vice President Harris is going to speak today, but this is a hard pill to swallow for the Democratic Party. They have not only lost the White House, but the Senate. That was sort of expected here. We thought that the Senate was going to go Republican, but the Harris campaign said that this race was going to be close when it comes to the presidential. That has not been the case. They had also said it could potentially take days. Of course, we're now knowing less than 24 hours after polls close that Donald Trump has won the presidency. And perhaps the hardest pill to swallow is the fact that this party pressured Joe Biden to step out of this race less than 4 months ago, hoping that another candidate could really carry the baton. Vice President Harris was not able to do that. She was not able to overcome Donald Trump's advantage on the economy and immigration. And now she's going to have to face that. And voters across the country, especially women voters, are going to have to face the fact that we are still not going to have a woman president. Really, people hoping that she was going to be able to break that barrier, but not the case today.
You both need to get some rest. On behalf of us all, thanks for the hard work overnight. Akayla Gardner alongside Tyler Kendall. Isaac Boltanski of BTIG joins us now. Isaac, welcome to the program. We've got some time to work through some of what we've learned overnight. What went right for Trump and what went wrong for Harris?
I think it's going to take a lot of time for us, and I think that there are going to be a number of postmortems on this. In talking to Democrats, I've already heard a fair amount of focus on the economy, obviously. That's the number one issue. That's what they're starting to see from the exit polls. But there are also claims and concerns of misogyny and other issues that are in play. And so I think Democrats are going to have a lot of soul searching to do, John. And this was a resounding shellacking that they received last night. I mean, when you go through some of these numbers, it's pretty staggering. Trump expanded on his previous margin in 2,300 counties. He only decreased his margin in 240 counties. That's absolutely astounding. Just the fact that he won the popular vote is something that I don't think many of us had anywhere near our bingo card. So I think for Democrats, they're in the wilderness right now, and I think it's going to be a long few years before they figure out who their new standard bearer is and what their message is.
Well, when it comes to the standard bearer of the Democratic Party, the sitting incumbent president, do you think the fingers are really going to be pointed at him right now, or is it the VP?
I think that we're going to have a circular firing squad in the Democratic Party for the next few days. I think that everybody is going to have to eat a little bit of blame for the strategy here, and realizing also that there was a tough hill to climb here. Right. And I think that we're going to have a lot of revisionist history in terms of when we should have had Biden exit, if we should have had a full primary. All of those things are going to take up a fair amount of time and air within the Democratic community. The question to me is, are they going to be able to govern from the House, or are they going to be in a minority there as well? That's the biggest question for me, and I think everyone else at this moment.
What are the tea leaves telling you about those House races right now? There's some dozen or 2 dozen we're still waiting to hear from.
Look, all of my Republican contacts are optimistic, but that might be just the broader euphoria that they're feeling this morning. It's going to take 2 or 3 days. We're going to have to buckle in for this. Ultimately, I think what I've tried to highlight to clients over the past few months is no matter who's in control of the House, it's going to be a very slim margin from the looks of it. And you're going to have the same dysfunction that we saw with the speaker fight just last year. And I think that's going to be a theme that markets are going to have to deal with, especially as we get to some of these big ticket spending efforts that I think we all care about.
Isaac, just to build on that, I think is one of the big questions in markets this morning. We were just speaking with Marvin Lowe, for example, who was saying he thinks right now the bond market and broader markets in general are pricing in just Donald Trump at the top of the ticket and the Senate turning red, not a red sweep. What are you hearing from clients about how much you could get a very much accelerated move on the idea that those 19 still undecided votes that could flip the House do go the way of the Republicans?
Yeah, look, it's a huge procedural issue, right? If you have Republicans in charge of the House, you're able to use budget reconciliation, which is an incredibly powerful tool, as we all know. And I think we would have to change some of our assumptions at that point regarding what will be spent over the next 2 years. And so to me, if you have that red sweep and that's confirmed over the next few days, then I think our deficit assumptions are going to have to be ticked up a bit because of the budget reconciliation process. And so to me, that's the ball game at this point when we think about it. A lot of what we're going to do over the next few days is separating rhetoric from reality, right? How much of his immigration proposals is he going to advance? How much of his tariff proposals is he going to actually advance? But on the spending side, the most important issue here is, do Republicans have control of the House? Because that unlocks budget reconciliation, and that's an incredibly powerful means of advancing your agenda.
There's been a lot of discussion around who Donald Trump would surround himself in the White House, who his cabinet would be, what kind of tenor it would be, whether it would be hawkish, whether it would be dovish when it comes to foreign policy, when it would be more expansionary or hardline or not. Do we have any early indications based on who was with Donald Trump last night, who he is surrounding himself with early this morning?
I found it interesting that we saw the return of his daughter and his son-in-law to the stage. I think that's not something that we've seen recently on the political side. So I think that's noteworthy and is something that we should continue to track. I think you're also going to see the return of other folks who have maintained their place in the orbit, whether that's Steven Mnuchin, or you're going to hear a lot more from Robert Lighthizer, who I think we're going to have to keep our eyes on for Treasury Secretary. Those are some of the names. I think that there also is going to be a pronounced focus on Wall Street. Look, John Paulson is part of this conversation for example. You've seen a number of other hedge fund managers who I think are going to have the ear of the president. I don't have the answers at this point, but I know that those are some of the names that you're hearing mentioned most frequently.
Isaac, appreciate your time, sir. As always, no doubt we'll be talking again soon. Isaac Boltanski there of BTIG. Isaac mentioned the financials. Check out the banks in a pre-market. If you have a moment in your morning so far, I know everyone's super tired, but if you just have a moment, just check out the banks in the pre-market. JP Morgan is up by 7.5%. We're talking about like the biggest financial institution on the planet, up by 7.5% in the pre-market.
Yeah, how much is this because Donald Trump did win and is going to make deregulation, in particular around banks, part of the issue? Sherrod Brown, who is head of the Financial Committee over in the Senate, kicked out and overturned in Ohio. How much are you looking at races like this to give you a sense of what's going to happen? Not just JP Morgan's of the world, PNC up more than 8%. Regions Financial, a similar type of move. This is across the board from big to small.
A bruising defeat for Sherrod Brown. I think it was very telling at that moment in the night when that headline dropped. You realized people were not voting with a split ticket in mind. They were voting red across the board in a lot of these states that, you know, it was going to be tough for Sherrod Brown, Senator Brown, to really pull that off. But there was a lot of money spent on this race, the most expensive Senate race in history. It was very telling that that really was going to be, this was the red wave they never got in 2022.
These stocks are getting more expensive. Bank of America up by 9%. Let's give an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, yesterday. It sparked widespread protests by citizens and opposition politicians. Gallant had pushed for a hostage release in exchange for a ceasefire with Hamas. The prime minister, on the other hand, wanted to press on with the war. Netanyahu and Gallant also clashed over domestic political issues, in particular the conscription of ultra-Orthodox Israelis. Musk has more lawsuits coming. The Tesla CEO and his pro-Trump America PAC were sued by 2 swing state voters in separate lawsuits. One alleges that Musk and his PAC profited from the contest by driving traffic to his platform X, which could collect personal data that in turn could be sold. The second suit claims that the giveaway was partisan and eliminates anyone who isn't a Republican or a Trump supporter. NVIDIA has become the largest company on the world, sealing the day on Tuesday, surpassing Apple, underscoring just how dominant AI has become on Wall Street. Shares rose 2.9% during the trading day yesterday. They're up again pre-market, 1.5%. Market cap hit $3.43 trillion. The chipmaker accounts for 7% of the weight of the S&P 500 and is responsible for about a quarter of the benchmark's 21% gains so far this year. And that's your brief, John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, Trump's pledge for his second term.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again.
The view on the markets just around the corner. Equity futures on the S&P 500 up by 2.3%. The small caps absolutely flying. From New York City this morning, good morning.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets. Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Equity futures flying here on the S&P 500 higher by more than 2%. The move on small caps. The move on small caps is nuts. We're up by 6.5% on a Russell. Under surveillance this morning, Trump's pledge for his second term.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor.
So here's the latest, the Trump trade gripping markets worldwide, with Donald Trump winning the race for a second term as president of the United States. Anastasia Amoroso of iCapital writing, there is a sense of certainty and clarity as to what the playbook should be. Long stocks with the focus on domestic companies, long dollar, expect higher rates and steeper yield curves. Long financials, the negatives are that the tariffs can come sooner this time around. Anastasia's with us around the table. Anastasia, good morning.
Good morning.
Are there some moves on the screen at the moment that you think that maybe people should be fading?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you were mentioning how small caps are really up bigly this morning. But if you look at the performance of the Russell 2000 index, we're actually not gone anywhere in about 2 or 3 years' time. So I don't think it's a fade. And, the thing is, there are election trades that have been whipsawed around. But the truth is that we now have a new investment regime, most likely for the next 4 years, or at least the next 2 years until the next midterm election. So that means you can actually commit to some of those trades. And, the reason why small caps in particular are rallying so much is because they are typically more sensitive to, Republican majority. And so that's helping sentiment. They're also more sensitive to the domestic orientation and potential for lower taxes. And of course, they're sensitive to rate relief. And so you kind of have this perfect combination of factors that's at play now.
There can be too much of a good thing. This, according to Michael Zizis of Morgan Stanley, a concern that if it is a full red sweep, suddenly there is a fear that yields keep climbing and it curtails some of the trade that we've seen, particularly in risk assets. How much are you looking for that tipping point, or how much do you reject that and say this is going to come on stronger growth? And frankly, this is an economy that's shown again and again it can handle yields at this time.
Well, let's talk about yields. First of all, the 10-year has already risen by 80 basis points since the beginning of September. And if you look at the reaction of the 10-year in 2016, in November, December, it also rose by about 80 basis points, but then it sort of flatlined. I also think the regime right now is very different than we saw in 2017 and 2018, because remember, the Fed was raising interest rates, was in the hiking mode in 2017 and 2018. Today, they're in the easing mode. So I think that's a very different backdrop. So that's one point. The other point is, Lisa, you're right. We had to reprice for higher growth, maybe for some higher inflation expectations, and maybe for less rate cuts. But we've done that. And if you look at the fair value estimates, whether it's from Bloomberg, whether it's from analysts at JP Morgan, the 10-year Treasury right now is above that fair value estimate. And then the last thing, I know that, first of all, it's not a done deal that we have a red sweep. And, the second thing is I know people worry about what does a red sweep could potentially mean for budget deficits. But I think there are a lot of Republicans in Congress that actually do want to rein in budget deficit. So for me, it's not a done deal that a red sweep results in out-of-control spending.
So how much do you lean into? You said you do like regionals, you do like small caps, you do like some of the trade. Do you also lean into the dollar at the strongest level in a year? It's surged. The Bloomberg Dollar Index surged the most going back to March of 2020 overnight, just giving you a sense of how big the move is. Do you lean in, or do you say, okay, it's over, let's reassess and figure out the pieces?
No, as I mentioned, I think it is a new regime. And, I think it is going to focus on protecting protecting the domestic economy and bringing more flows back into the United States, and all things equal, that should be dollar positive. You know, I also think that maybe the Fed does move a little bit slower than they could have otherwise if you do have, you know, this boost to growth. So all of that is supportive for the dollar. You know, personally, of course, I do look more to the equity markets, and I think of what does this mean for the places I want to be in the equity markets, and that's why you go to small caps. That's why you go to regionals. That's why you actually probably put together a basket of stocks that has a high percentage of domestic revenue. By the way, we've done all that. We've done all of that in 2017 and 2018. So I think we may need to dust off some of those trades.
It could be days, maybe even a week or two before we actually figure out the full composition of Congress, because what is going on with these House races? This might come down to California, absentee ballots. It could take a long time. So then I want to talk about tariffs, because unilaterally, Trump can come in and do this on day one. And you say this could be sooner than 2016. You just got back from Asia.
Yeah.
How is a place like China preparing for maybe 60%?
Well, it's very interesting, and they are preparing for it, but what they're truly preparing for is a negotiation. And the sentiment that I personally picked up from some of the conversations is that China policymakers are not actually afraid of Trump 2.0. They might actually be welcoming Trump 2.0. And the reason for that is their mentality is transactional. They also want to get a deal done. They also want to negotiate certain things. And so the ability to engage in negotiation, that's what they're focused on.
So would your advice to investors be, this was Donald Trump on the campaign trail having negotiating tactics, or do you think he comes in and puts blanket walls up as high as 40, 60, 70%?
Well, I think he might. I do think there has to be some consideration given to what does that do for the consumer that voted for him, the consumer that voted lower inflation. You know, you probably want to be careful as to how you phase in and scale up those tariffs. But at the same time, in the Bloomberg interview, I guess a month ago at this point, you know, he did talk about this being a negotiation tactic. He talked about, you know, you can't put a 10% tariff and expect to bring people to the table. When you put a 60% tariff, that's when people come to the table and want to negotiate. But once again, I think the ultimate end game is not to have 60% tariffs in place, but is actually to convince China, for example, to build factories in the United States. So that's hopefully what the markets are going to be focused on as well.
We've got a lot to work through. Anastasia, it's good to see you. Bond yields are higher by 20 basis points on a 10-year, but the dollar's stronger. Is it fair to say this morning that we're baking in a better profile for growth? Maybe higher inflation, the prospect the Fed can't cut too much, and not real deficit concerns that lead to a buyer strike? Because if it was the latter, you'd expect some dollar weakness, and we don't see that.
This is an embrace of American exceptionalism. It is not a rejection of it, and I think that you see that in the dollar, even though you have these higher yields. What people are looking at right now is the idea that you're going to get deregulation, that the tariffs will come, but there'll be more negotiating tactics, that maybe there'll be some sort of regulating force, and that the deficit won't become as problematic as we currently see. Watch that 30-year auction. See what that clearing moment is, as Priya Misra likes to talk about, and then we can go from there.
The 30-year today's up 23 basis points. It's quite a day to have a 30-year auction.
There's also a lot of questions about the sequencing and exactly what type of inflationary push, whether it is growthy, to use some of the language, or if it's actually going to come with some disinflation because it suppresses growth.
Big moves in markets worldwide. Coming up on the program, we're live from the key swing states of Pennsylvania and Michigan. What went right for Trump? What went wrong for Harris? Live from New York City, this is Bloomberg.
is the Vivian Tom clientele.
Yeah, power women, like the dragon. Dragon women. They're lawyers, they're CEOs, they're all important decision makers, women in the world.
Why do you position your products for this group of women?
When I started, designing, I always want to do something that is empower women.
When you take a look at your store, there is something for everyone. Take a look at the T-shirt, for example.
My customer growing, like 30 years already, so they become more powerful. I also want to grow my Gen Z audience too, They are like in the 20s, so it's a more affordable price for them. And then, my powerful women's daughter wearing their mom's dresses, and they feel that the power, the energy. So now they come back to the store and they buy more.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Many of you waking up to this, and this move really started at 7:30 Eastern Time yesterday evening. We weren't getting surprises from state to state, but we started to see some things in counties starting to shift Trump's way. And this market started rallying really hard and never looked back. The small caps up by more than 6%. On the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. In the bond market, yields up by double digits, up by more than 20. On a 30-year, up by 19. On 10s at 445.91. On 2s, up 9 basis points to 427. This Federal Reserve meeting this week, snooze. December gets a whole lot more interesting. Looking out to 2025, if we get this sweep confirmed and we start to look out to 25 and beyond, all the policies, and this market's starting to price in a much growthier inflationary outlook, can the Federal Reserve keep reducing interest rates?
That was exactly the question that TD Securities and the team over there was asking early this morning. This is their conclusion, that it is likely that the Fed will remain on hold during the first half of 2025 after cutting rates maybe 50 more basis points because of exactly that. This raises a question of a higher benchmark rate going forward. We have to see what the policies are, how they trickle out, a real question about how much growth versus inflation we're going to see. But the bottom line is this. This is the worst case scenario for a lot of bonds. At the same time, it hasn't mattered for stocks. So is it really? And I think that that's really one of the main questions.
It's the best case scenario for the US dollar right now across the whole of G10 and against EM as well. Danny did a phenomenal job of this yesterday evening. The difference between a tariff trade and a rates trade. And I can pick up two currency pairs for you right now and walk through it. The euro, a rates trade. We're down 2%. Euro dollar just about holding on to 107. The peso, a tariff trade. Dollar MEX up 3% on that currency pair. Big move.
Yeah, and it's the biggest going back to 2022. The dollar, the strongest versus the peso going back to 2022. A key question here about whether they'll be the target of a lot of these tariffs because of their role as a conduit of Chinese goods. Here's the question. How much of this is a sequencing matter? How quickly this gets into effect, because these are some of the issues that can be done unilaterally. With the Euro region, that's a real question at a time where you have a real differential and now it's just growing, and you have to imagine the ECB is going to be loath to cut rates too aggressively because they don't want to widen that differential too much.
Worst fear for Berlin and Brussels, without a doubt. And I imagine you hear some people say things today like they're prepared for it this time in a way that they weren't last time. And people might say the same thing about NATO as well, Anne-Marie, and we can talk about that right now. I would say this, though, that Eurozone economy is not in a good place. The German economic model is not in a good place. There is a war on the doorstep of Eastern Europe right now as well. I don't think we can sit here and say they're better prepared for it this time around, because I think the European economy right now is weaker this time around.
And it's going to get worse, because if the walls go up, it doesn't mean the walls are just going up for imports coming from Europe into the United States. The walls are going up for Chinese imports. China, where do they have left to go? Where are they going to dump? On Europe. It becomes much harder for Europe. I got some messages yesterday for individuals who were hanging out with some European representatives in Washington, D.C. And to be honest, they were bracing for impact. The biggest thing they were most concerned about was how are we going to deal with tariffs? How are we going to deal with former president's rhetoric when it comes to NATO.
Under surveillance this morning, former President Donald Trump winning the U.S. presidency for the second time, taking key swing states Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. And right now in the headlines, another projection just crossing.
That's right. Senator Jon Tester has lost his seat. Republican challenger Tim Sheehy has won. Look, Tester, three-term incumbent. Clearly, Montana has soured on him. Going into this was the feeling that everyone thought he was going to be kicked out of the Senate. But you cannot bet against Jon Tester in the sense that he has had challengers before, and he's been able to come out on top. This was his toughest challenger yet. And this just says this is another R in the column for Donald Trump to go in with an even bigger mandate and basically some more maneuvers he can do in the Senate. Maybe he can pull, instead of one senator out of the Senate to maybe go to the Secretary of State or another department, maybe he can play around and have two, because this is definitely a red state. Jon Tester, though, political fight of his life, and he lost it.
So here's the latest on the Senate. Republicans winning the majority in the U.S. Senate. The GOP defeating banking chairman Sherrod Brown in Ohio, fending off a challenge in Nebraska and picking up an open seat in West Virginia. The win coming ahead of key tax and spending battles for next year. I think we should talk about the Senate Banking Committee because banks are up big time this morning. JP Morgan up by something like 7, Bank of America up by more than 8.
Donald Trump ran on a deregulation campaign, and that seems to be the people he's surrounding himself with. And to boot, to your point, Sherrod Brown, who is the head of the Banking Committee, getting tossed out in this race. It raises the question of just how optimal this is, also coming with higher rates and potentially more mergers and acquisitions. That is what I'm watching. Who do they put at the head of the FTC that could potentially give more clarity onto whether deals can actually get done?
That's a great question, especially since we know how J.D. Vance felt about the one person in the Biden administration he thought was doing a pretty good job, and that was Lena Khan. Going back to Senator Sherrod Brown's race, Bernie Moreno picking that up. This was the most expensive Senate race in history, eclipsing the $412 million spent in that Georgia 2020 race between Jon Ossoff and David Perdue. A ton of money was spent to try to keep Sherrod Brown at the top in the Banking Committee. The issue was, for him to win this race, you had to see more split ticket voters. What did we see last night? No one was splitting their ticket. This was not a red ripple. This was potentially, let's see how the House shakes out, but this was a red alarm across the board. This was red, red, red.
That's an alarm for the Democrats. The final piece of the puzzle, which way does the House break? The Federal Reserve kicking off its 2-day policy meeting today. Economists expecting the central bank to cut interest rates by 25 basis points tomorrow. Traders awaiting Chairman Powell's news conference for clues on the Fed's December meeting. In December, they have to put out new projections. Now, there's a big difference, as we all know, between campaigning and governing. And we don't know whether these campaign promises become legislative reality. But ultimately, if you have to put out some promises, some forecasts in December, at a time when we've got a better picture of what the outlook is for policy in Washington, how offside is this Federal Reserve going to look?
I've heard that dartboards are on sale on Amazon, and I believe that they're putting one up.
And blindfolds too?
And blindfolds, and they're just going to have targets and throw them at them. To me, what this does is it puts the Fed on the back seat. People aren't going to be paying as much attention to what the Fed says or does at the meeting tomorrow or potentially in December. Next year, it makes it very interesting, because then you'll start to understand, as policies take shape, does it put the Fed on hold? And right now, they're not going to mention this. They're going to stay far away from this, but that, I think, is what markets are trying to suss out.
We certainly need to get Adam Posen of the Peterson Institute back on this program, because it was months ago, when no one was talking about a mandate for Republicans, that he was saying potentially next year it's going to be inflationary. If you have tariffs, it's going to be even harder, and the Fed may have to start hiking. And you have to think, what is Jay Powell going to say tomorrow morning? How difficult is this going to be, especially since the former president recently said it's the easiest job in Washington? It's a coin toss.
I think in some ways this might be the easier one, relatively speaking, compared to, say, December, because he doesn't have to provide projections. They don't have to provide a commitment to December, and he can steer well clear away from any conversations regarding Washington, D.C. I just think it's the December meeting where this gets a whole lot harder for this Federal Reserve. The market's already trading 2025, 2026, and has been for a long, long time. And now it's trading that with some greater clarity. Federal Reserve can't play the game just yet.
That's a great point. In other words, this market is basically tightening. You're seeing financial conditions tighten on the heels of the cuts that they've already made. If it continues, They need to respond to that, if nothing else. If they want to see it easier, then they need to make some sort of statement and give some sort of sense of what their path could be.
Let's get you some team coverage from two key swing states. We can do that now with Bloomberg's David Gurra in Philadelphia. Romain Bostic is in Detroit. Romain, something you said this time yesterday morning stayed with me. We were all talking about the economy, and you said two words: foreign policy. In the data that you see so far, how are things stacking up? Does it speak to that?
It certainly does. We haven't gotten the full breakdown on sort of a precinct by precinct basis, but it does appear that some of those swing voters, some of those undecided voters who were concerned about some of the foreign policy stances of the Biden-Harris administration did manage to swing the vote in several key areas. I do want to talk about a differential here, and I'll throw this back at you, John, because you said something overnight during our coverage. We asked one of our guests that really stuck with me, and that was, what is Joe Biden thinking right now? Michigan is no longer a blue state. Let's make that clear right now. And it's not just that Harris lost this state, but she underperformed Biden in almost every way imaginable. Biden in the last election won 11 of the 83 counties here. Harris this time around looks like she's only going to win 9. And of those 9, 7 of those counties, she underperformed Biden versus Trump on a percentage basis when it comes to the margin of difference here. It gets even worse than that. When you look at the House races, based on the final counts that are coming in just this morning, it looks like the 13 House seats that the Michigan has in the U.S. Congress, 7 of those seats will be held by Republicans. That will be the first majority that they have held on a House basis in quite some time. And adding insult to injury, one of those seats that got flipped from Democrat to Republican was the seat that Alyssa Slotkin vacated in order to run for that vacant Senate seat. And it looks like right now, based on the vote tallies, that she will lose that race, making Mike Rogers the first Republican senator in the state of Michigan, going back to the early 2000s, 2001, and only the second Republican senator in the last 67 years.
It's shocking, and Romain, what I can tell you is I imagine the incumbent president, Joe Biden, right now is thinking, I could have done better with rank and file voters in Detroit, in the suburbs of Detroit. Romain, what are you hearing about the individuals who voted, who swung this election for Donald Trump?
I'll tell you, Emery, it's still very early here. The sun's not even up. I'm going to spend a lot of day asking those questions. My guess is the Harris campaign is going to spend a lot of time asking those questions as well. It's not quite clear why this swung, not just in the direction of Trump, but why it swung so forcefully. Remember, as of right now, Trump is up by more than 100,000 votes in basically a state that Biden won by 150,000 votes 4 years ago. So what went wrong? It wasn't third-party candidates that were the spoilers, but it does appear that his message did resonate with a lot of those swing voters. That includes Arab and Muslim Americans. That includes Jewish voters. That includes a lot of the Eastern European voters, and includes a lot of Hispanics and a lot of black males.
David, we just heard from Romain there talking about the fact that it looks like the Republican open Senate seat in Michigan may go to Republican Mike Rogers. Sorry, it was a Democrat that held it as the incumbent. David, what is going on with the down-ballot Senate race in Pennsylvania? Does David McCormick beat the incumbent Casey?
Right now, he's in the lead, and I think that's something we're going to watch very closely over the course of this day. Can he hold on to that lead as the remaining votes are being tabulated and come in here? But I think that's a surprise to a lot of people who looked at the polling going into this race and saw just a few weeks ago Bob Casey, the incumbent Democrat, with a 9 percentage point lead over David McCormick. That, of course, narrowed in that latest poll from the New York Times and Siena College. But you cannot overemphasize how much Bob Casey is a son of this state, has been here in the Senate for 3 terms, was looking to his 4th, has this heritage going back to his father, who was the 2-term governor of this state. Just somebody who is a real institution in this state, and this is a huge move. In fact, it plays out the way it looks like it is. You know, I want to pick up on something that Romain Bostic said just a moment ago, and that's underperformance. Yes, the kind of topics and issues are different here. I don't think foreign policy played as big a role here in Pennsylvania as it did in Michigan, but you look at this state and where Kamala Harris won and where she didn't. Where she did win, she underperformed Joe Biden in that last race, and this is a story of the kind of Rust Belt cities and the rural parts of this state. We had a lot of conversations last night about how big and varied and diverse this state is. I'm here in a city that historically has gone for Democrats. Indeed, we saw that in yesterday's race. Democrats still had an edge here in Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs and exurbs, but you move west, very red, and that is an area that Donald Trump was really able to capitalize on here in 2024 in much the same way that he did in 2016. You look at kind of the data that we have thus far, and like Romaine, I'll be studying the numbers and talking to folks over the course of the day here. He appealed to those same voters who ushered him into power back in 2016 quite successfully this time around, guys.
David, just quickly here, I'm curious, it is early days, but are we getting some sort of sense from the exit polls, from what people have observed in terms of the number of voters, about the size of turnout, as well as the composition across the state?
We don't have a huge amount of detail here on composition yet, but we know that turnout was huge. We know that the number of people who turned in those mail-in ballots early, that was a big number as well. Maybe not mirroring what we saw during the pandemic, but getting close to it. As Anne-Marie and you have said over the course of the morning, look, so much money was poured into this race. So much effort was made to turn out voters from both the two candidates and their campaigns and these outside groups. That effort really paid off, and I was thinking as I went to bed for just a few short hours last night, sort of what path forward the Harris campaign might have to challenge this. What I kept hearing from every county official I talked to yesterday was, yes, how big the turnout was, but how kind of seamlessly everything run. There weren't the kind of aberrations that we saw in cycles past. So I think that there is a recognition among the Harris campaign, certainly, that they had very little movement here in terms of what they could do to kind of challenge anything here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
David Romaine, I've said this a few times over the last few days, but truly world-class over the last 48 hours. Appreciate it, guys. David Gura, Romaine Bostick. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. With an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Novo Nordisk shares are surging in the European trade, 6 1/3%. The company's weight loss drug saw a jump of nearly 80% sales last quarter. Revenue for Wegovy climbed 79% after the medication became available in more countries. Sales rose by 50% in the U.S., even as prices fell. Novo does have an edge over its rival, Eli Lilly, who reported disappointing obesity sales last week. A ballot measure for protecting access to abortion in Arizona has passed. Arizona had been considered among the most restrictive states for reproductive rights. It was one of the 10 states where voters had a direct say on the issue at the ballot box. The state will now amend its constitution to establish a right to abortion and prohibit interference before fetal viability. In Nebraska, a ballot measure limiting abortion access won by a slim majority, prohibiting the procedure after the first trimester. And shares of Tesla, they are surging nearly 13% in the pre-market as Donald Trump seals a return to the White House. Investors betting that the car maker run by Elon Musk will be a major beneficiary of a second Trump term. Musk was arguably the most prominent supporter of Trump during the election, backing Republicans with more than $130 million in spending. And that's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. More from Danny in 30 minutes. Up next, King Dollar.
The dollar's strong because the United States has had exceptional fiscal policy. The biggest threat to Trump is going to be inflation. He'd have to change some of his policies if he wanted a weaker dollar.
That conversation up next, live from New York. This is Bloomberg.
Many global investors that aren't interested in China anymore, but there's a lot that are. And obviously the local investors have money in China and are doubling down on investing in China. Many of the Asian investors, and in fact a lot of the Middle East investors, the Americans are gone away. Therefore, there's an amazing opportunity to put capital to work and get returns which are excess what you would get in other places. where there is lack of money, there is usually opportunity. So we continue to build out our business in China. It's just where the money's coming from is different. And so we're raising local money in China for investing and bringing those that choose to be there to invest in China. So it's just a different, where the money's coming from is just different.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry. And
crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech sector.
Spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be
We're
important.
going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
A snapshot of the price action. It looks like this. Equity futures up by 2%. Check out the euro, holding on to 107. 107.07, negative 2%. Under surveillance this morning, King Dollar.
The dollar's strong because the United States has had exceptional fiscal policy. The strength of the fiscal stance in the US, compared to everything we've done in Europe, is that it has helped the economy outgrow the rest of the world spectacularly. Trump wants more growth. The biggest threat to Trump is going to be inflation. He'd have to change some of his policies if he wanted a weaker dollar. You get the currency your policies give you, not the currencies you wanted.
So here's the latest. The dollar surging the most since 2022 as US President-elect Donald Trump claims victory. Mark McCormick of TD writing, a Trump win or red wave are bullish for the US dollar. We favor long dollar exposure given scope for growth and equity outperformance and as a Trump hedge. Mark joins us now for more. Mark, we've got a lot to work through, but it's the equity piece of this that I think makes your call slightly more original. What is it about the equity market that you think is going to basically feed what happens in foreign exchange?
I think one of the things that's really interesting, you talk to clients, like one of the things you try to figure out is what is the gap between productivity? It is one of the linchpins of all FX behavioral models is trying to figure out relative productivity trends. The thing that we get from equity markets is they tell us real time about innovation, about sectors, about how markets are performing. So one of the things that you can do is you can actually kind of see real time which countries are generating the most potential productivity over time. And that's where I think US equity is performing relative to, say, Europe and China, are the thing to watch in terms of how well the dollar could perform. It's also one other reason why the dollar has continually outperformed its overvaluation on a lot of these slower, longer-term models.
So let's go there, especially given the fact that there's a difference when it comes to currencies that are differentials in interest rates versus those that are a tariff trade. We were hearing about that from Danny Berger last night and through the morning. How much are you seeing this more as a trade from interest rate differentials, growth differentials, and less relevant when it comes to some of the tariff trades? And I'm thinking in particular of the yuan and more significantly, the Mexican peso.
Yeah, I think you have to unpack that it's pretty much a lot of the major things that drive FX. It's equity performance, it's growth outperformance, it's rate differentials, it's the risk premium that comes through on the trade uncertainty. So if you look at kind of your WCRS screen on Bloomberg, what you're going to see, this is a broad dollar move. So if we think about it, this is U.S. exceptionalism. So the key tenets of this is basically emerging market currencies are going to underperform, largely because with U.S. exceptionalism, you have outperformance of U.S. equities, you have a steeper curve. The number one thing the market's going to talk about now is the higher terminal rate in the U.S., where that lands, how the markets have to reprice the Fed, whether the Fed is going to be on pause now starting in December. All those things are going to be very bearish for pretty much every emerging market currency. Asia's more focused a little bit maybe on rate differentials. But if you go, again, back to Latin America, if you think about the Mexican peso, this is the worst case scenario. You have trade uncertainty. You have a USMCA sunset clause that comes through in 2026. You have an underperformance to the carry trade. And now you actually have the uncertainty of whether or not Trump wants to strike a deal with China and find a way to cut Mexico out of the supply chain. Or if he wants to find a way to basically say to Mexico, we're going to renegotiate the trade standards here that we have in USMCA, which puts them down a rung anyway. So those are all key concerns. I'd say with the euro, again, we have uncertainty around the German government, which is likely to collapse at some point in the near term. And we're looking at potential elections in Germany. So there's political uncertainty in Europe, and there's pretty much, growth revival that's coming through in the U.S.
Right now, it's not really volatility. It's just straight and up to the right. I'm just wondering how much we end up with, if there is a wobble in equity markets, that will be that much more damaging to the dollar because it does undermine what you're talking about. How much do you take notice if there is a sell-off?
Well, I do think you have to work through the first and second order effects. So as a lot of people have mentioned, we've underscored as well, all these policies, especially if there's a red wave, if they have the House as well, this is going to be inflationary. The first order effect is this is kind of very bullish again for the equity market. This is a repricing the Fed. This is a steeper curve. This is a bit of a reflation trade with the theme around U.S. exceptionalism. The second order effect is, again, and we see this in Japan, we saw this in the UK budget, we are seeing this all over the world. We are continuing to see a coordination of easier monetary policy and easier fiscal policy, but yet pretty much every country around the world has inflation above target. So central banks are dealing with something that's very challenging. You can't ease financial conditions and boost fiscal policy at the same time when inflation is already above target. So I think the second order effect here is, yes, that is a huge concern. The bond market is going to have a significant impact on whether or not the equity market can trade as exceptional as many are going to expect and extrapolate it to. That is, again, not the first order effect. That is, again, maybe a story that comes through in the second half of 2025. But that is something that we're going to be focused on a lot, given that, again, you can't get as much growth as you want. You can't deliver as unprecedented fiscal stimulus and not have to worry about inflation. Inflation is going to be the major driver of the FX market starting in 2025.
Mark, the former president, though, has talked about the fact he wants a weaker dollar. Is that at all any chance in the cards for him?
There's an old saying, don't tell me, show me. I would say there's again, the second order effect, I think, is actually quite interesting because everything that's happening now as we're talking about the trading theme is U.S. exceptionalism. And again, the dollar should strengthen. Would not be worried that dollar positioning is long right now. This is a bit of a game changer. I do see the ability to weaken a dollar through a couple channels. First one being striking a deal. What does Trump want and what does Trump need to deliver on? They need to deliver on industrial policy to the states in the Rust Belt that want to see manufacturing come back. One way that you can do that is through a weaker dollar. The other way you could do that is by basically revaluing and trying to figure out how to get Asian currency stronger. So there could be a deal made in 2025, 2026, stronger dollar or weaker dollar, stronger renminbi, stronger yen, stronger Korean currency. All these currencies are extremely cheap on our models, which would be a way to see the dollar go lower.
Hey, Mark, we got to go. It's good to see you. Mark McCormick there of TD. Up next, Mohammed Al-Aoun of Queen's College, Cambridge, Libby Cantrell of PIMCO, and the former Kansas City Fed president joining us.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
What legacy I would love to leave is to make sure that in my village I have infrastructure. So long when I'm gone, things are still working, then I have done my job. And if some people get inspired through my work and then try to engage themselves for their community and create something that is inspiring for everyone, I will be happy.
What's the best piece of advice you would give to someone young who wants to make a difference actually in this world? In architecture or with something else?